Hey, T-Slippers. Hey, T-Slippers. Boy, I tell you, they are definitely moving fast with this kid. I wonder why. I wonder why. Why they moving so fast? Is it because they say, now I've been trying to find his information in Dallas County under Edward Lane, hey Purple Flower, and under Jake. Hey Danny. Yeah, they done already got this boy his new prison mugshot. Texas Department of Criminal Justice. He is in Navasota. Was transferred to the PACT unit in Navasota by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Hey y'all. Hey Room Shaker. Hey Royalty. Hey Royalty. Welcome. Dang it. This is my first time seeing you over here, darling. Welcome. I had to take my time. Hi, Carol. Hey, loving angels. Yeah, Danny in the house. Yeah, Royalty in the house. Go, Danny. Go, Royalty. Welcome, ladies. I was trying to get my spirit together. I was trying to get my act right together. And when I woke up, because I was up all night. All night. Woo. Yeah, so I always have to give my Mo 3 sector love when they come over here and visit old Auntie Fee. You know, a lot of times people just think I'm just a nobody trying to be somebody. When I was somebody before their asses came along. But anyway, this is not about me. But listen, before folk come up in here, Slut Bucket tried to call for me. Will y'all tell her I am not going to scratch with her. I'm not going to argue with her. Here I go again. I am going to block her again because I done already ate her up. No, then if I keep eating her up, then I would be Hunter. Then I would feel like I am just, being a ugly. You know, I know she got, a Uchi in a dangling. You know, she's a hermaphrodite. That's why she walk around with a dick cup on. But I'm not going to scratch with you, boo-boo, until you bring your mama up here. Your mangy mutt-faced ass mama. Okay? I'm just not. Boo, if I done already scratched you down, and you have to pay me to entertain you like that. You understand? But anyway, yeah, she's on my wall of shame. Yeah. Girl, I don't want to play with you. I done already did that with you. You know, do-overs. And I got more important things to talk about than playing around with your dumb ass. Girl, go back to school. Go get your GED online. Yeah, dumbass. I don't want to play. You understand? Lil GG with no chopper. Lil GG with the dick cup on. Huh. Yeah. You. I'm not. So stop trying to call me out. Stop trying to mention my name so people can laugh. That don't move me, boo. You're beneath me. Get thee behind me, puppy. Get thee behind me, doggy. Atomic. Yeah. Yeah, little mangy mutt puppy. Okay, but anyway, I was trying to get into it. And so when I saw that they had some advocates that was saw the video that I've been telling y'all was out there. I told y'all that it was a real video that showed them clearly. You understand? Showed them clearly. I said early this morning, way in the midnight hours, because I could not sleep. And y'all know when I can't sleep, my mind is pondering, connecting dots. That's just what that was, right? Shout out to Say Cheese. He got his Nava soda. I mean, why is it? And they are saying allegedly that the warden is is a Metcalf. And I know they working on the appeal. Yeah, I know he is working on the appeal. And I know they railroaded this baby. And set him up. In my heart of heart, it is to save the school, the ISD, the Frisco ISD, because they failed miserably. They were understaffed, and you should have canceled the track meet, especially under treacherous rain pours and warnings and shit. Plus, the ones who attacked him, because videos of the people who have saw a real video footage. I told you I was out there. In the beginning, they said they had several videos that they had collected from several people. But they went and got the somewhere far away, did some technical difficulty shit on it, where you can barely see it. You know how they do it when they want to. And now all of a sudden, the video is coming out. The video should have already... So early this morning, I said, a video needs to leak. Whoever got it, because we know somebody got it, either give it to Charleston White, because the daddy showed it to Charleston White last year. It need to leak. It needs to leak. So now we got some advocates who said they saw it, and we're going to listen to that. Then I'm hearing about Jake Lane. You know, I can't find him in Dallas County. I can't find him in Collin County. So what county is he in? I see his mugshot, and I also see the article. Lord, please protect this child. Please protect him. He has been railroaded. Come on. And people talking about he killed somebody. A lot of people have been killed and unalived. I'm sorry. And they didn't go to prison. And they were unalived with guns. You were in Collin County. They say that Jake, for terroristic threats. I saw the newspaper, but I can't find him. I see the mugshot. He got arrested sometime in, I think, in June 2nd and June yesterday, the 9th, I think. But I want to see. I know they say it's terroristic threats. I know all of that. I saw his mugshot. They put him together. You know, I'm going to see what it looked like. Oh, man, it's right in the center. It's right in the center. So I can show you here, because I'm sure I will do a live. No commercials right now. On Fox 4. See, this is why I don't know, because when it comes to Fox News, they lie. They lie. And, you know, I don't know if this is staged, if this is Trump, you know, because I tried to tell y'all before that Frisco was making America great again, which is making America slave again. So if he's going to try to get a red to stay red, since they out on redistrict and move stuff around, trying to get back in the swing of things, Frisco is letting you know right now that they intend to stay red. You understand? But I see Bruh. Yeah, so I see. I must didn't get a chance to finish. Yeah, when I be rushing, y'all, since I don't been demon, I don't, some places I don't even go no more. So let me fix that. So we can get David on out. I don't know what he said, but if he's saying anything ugly, get his ass out. I don't feel like playing. That's why I ain't want to play with that little Gigi girl with the dick cup. I don't want to play with you. You wanna patrol with me is sometime that's serious, girl, please. That's why you low budget. That's why you are absolutely low budget. All you know how to do is steal. You're a klepto with a dick cup on. That's it. You don't know when to be serious because you are useless. You know, all you do is steal and brag about it. No, don't play with me. So get them out. I mean, hide their asses if they coming on real heavy with their stupid stuff. I don't want to entertain that. They know he was railroad. Yeah. And if the warden is a Metcalf, please hurry up and get that baby up out of here. So that I just did it to minimize. I know. I know. Yeah, so I fixed that. What's them? They mad because he appealed, and they may be mad because somebody has seen that video. But I knew they had, because Charleston White said, I showed y'all the other day that his dad wanted him to come and see it, because Charleston White was just out of his mind with it. You understand? And he had an about face. Let me put this copyright disclaimer back. Oh, it's still up there. Okay, so let me show y'all this article. And it's saying that he was in influencer. So that means that he's intentionally doing it. So that shit that Ratchet was on yesterday. Oh, yeah. He's an influencer. So he is a reactor. He is making you react to him and get violent. They wanted a riot yesterday. And I'm also hearing, and I don't know if it's true, so this is definitely a rumor, that the parents are supposed to be meeting with, I don't know which one, with Charleston White. They were already anticipating him being found guilty. So they were already have been collecting money, preparing for the appeal and what so have you. So I don't know if they knew that they was gonna move this quick. What I think, if that was the game plan, they were not expecting 35 years. I mean, that was a hard blow for us, and if it was a hard blow for us, it was most definitely a hard blow for him. So it says the influencer Jake Lang arrested again in North Texas on terroristic threat charge, held on a $1 million bond. I don't know. And so this came out today at 1:04 p.m. It says the brief. Jake Lane was arrested in North Texas on terroristic threat charge and is being held on a $1 million bond. Did he bond out? According to jail records. Okay, because even if he bonded out today, he still should be able to be pulled up. It says arrest came after he was spotted outside the Collin County Courthouse during protests related to the Austin Metcalf case. They don't want to say Karmelo Anthony no more. This marks Lane's second arrest in North Texas in just over a week. When else was he arrested? Frisco, Texas. Jake was arrested in North Texas for the second time this week on suspicion of making terroristic threats, according to jail records. 31-year-old Edward Jacob Lang, and I tried finding him under both names, Edward Jacob and Jake, who also goes by Jake Lang, was arrested after dining at a pizzeria Testa around 5 p.m. in the 8600 block of Church Street in Frisco. So he was really arrested yesterday, Tuesday. He was booked into the Dallas County Jail on Tuesday and is being held on $1 million bond. Jail records. Yeah, but why I can't find him? I mean, and I know he out there. I just don't understand why I can't find him. But so that came out, right? And so then after that happened, so I wondered if they moved Karmelo fast because of Jake being in the same jail, and he had already threatened to unalive him. Why are they moving him so fast? This is the Uncle Tom that got arrested yesterday. Let me take this down. This clown monkey. Him, you know, out there laughing and playing in black folks' face, wanting to, you know, black on black crime. You know, if they ain't touching the white, you know, the woodpeckers, let's send a old token out there and let's see if we can provoke them, you know, with the old monkey face. Don't he look like an ape? Yeah, that's what you look like, clown. Hey, Reflections. Janet, I don't know if I spoke to you, precious, but hey. Lord, hey, Krista. You know, once I get started, I don't. Hey, me. Oh, you got him? I just wanted to see it for myself, to know that he really is, because a lot of this just seems so staged to me. And even when I heard him talking about last year on the bullhorn, all of that was staged to me. And I just don't know why. We one race. G, human, let's stop again with each other and help each other. Dean, I don't know you like that. I don't know how to take that, and I ain't in one of them friendly ass. So I don't know how to take that. We are one race. That's true. The black race, the darker shade of the 50 Shades of Brown. Let's get that clear, because I don't know where you're coming from. You know, sometimes, you know, the lighter shade of brown that's way down there on that totem pole, you know, tan, peach, you know, all that shit. They really do think that they are the chosen ones. So I don't know where you're coming from with that. I need for you to be clear that when you're saying we're all one race, you're talking about the dark race, the dark-skinned race, because we was here first. Our DNA is the primary source of all colors. You know, all colors. I just need to know that we're on the same page with that, Dean, so that I won't, you know, take offense to it, because I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know what shade you are in the 50 Shades of Brown, if you get what I mean. I'm winking my eye at you, you know. Are we on the same page that we all come from the darkest shades of brown? Per the Bible. I'm just saying. Our DNA is in every race. Every race have our DNA in it, not the other way around. So yeah, we are one in Christ. We really are one. So yes, but everybody needs to keep their hands to themselves. I'm just saying, you know, that's the law they created. See, this is what really pisses me off. And it pisses me off on the cool, because I've been telling y'all that the rights you thought you have, you do not have. You just believe you do. And now they're trying to snatch your belief, because they're trying to rewrite the Constitution of the United States. And in that rewrite, they are really eliminating, or attempting to eliminate, the darker shade of the 50 Shades of Brown. And y'all don't get it yet. This is our wake-up call. If this right here is not our wake-up call, I don't know what else is going to be. Y'all president said if you keep saying it over and over, it will become true. So if they keep saying, oh, he started it, he was the instigator, then y'all gonna start believing it. If they keep saying, but he had a knife at the track meet, why did he have the knife? Do y'all ask people why did Hunter and Austin put their hands on him? Has anybody asked them, these two thugs, these white chocolate ass thugs, why they put their hands on Karmelo Anthony? Nobody ain't asked them that shit. Why? They're here crisis actor. So is he locked up? Just like the ones that, I'm going to just say it. Lord in heaven knows if I'm wrong, please forgive me. They said that the guy that got shot in Minnesota, hell, he done died 3 times and lived twice. I said, what? Wait. At first, I couldn't do the math. He done died 3 times and lived twice. What? In his acting, in these fake, in these fake plays that they running. These staged situations, these staged, protests, and because we know 88 and her dad, and we saw Ratchet, and, we saw them in Skull, we're going to assume that this time it wasn't staged. Because some real people showed up out there that we know, okay? But other than that, some of these other situations, I kind of feel it's staged. Because that one, Pierre, I don't know what his name is. Don't give me the line. They say he done died 3 times and lived twice. Because he's a crisis actor. You said you couldn't do the math. I can't do the math, baby. I know they tried to change the math formula. And that didn't make sense to me. Even when they changed math. It's like, why you can't add 1 + 1 = 2? How are you going to help your kids with their homework when y'all done changed up the curriculum? Why? Why? Hadn't 1 + 1 = 2 + 5 = 7 - 3. Why would you change it up? Y'all was getting prepared for this new world order. And y'all would go alter the calculations. And most folk ain't going to be able to figure it out. Here we go again. Oh, Lord. You're trying to confuse the people so that you can steal their money on the cool. And won't nobody be able to figure out the formula. You understand? You can't even help your kids with math. Why? And if they do it the regular way, the right way, we assuming, if they don't go through their steps and their process to get to the same damn answer, then it's an F. You understand? It's all been a setup. So the way they move in here, is very, very fishy. Because they absolutely know the truth and they do not want us to see it. You talk about once it really leaks, and I mean really, really leak, and we all are able to see the truth. It is going to be something awful. If something happens to this kid, it's going to be really, really bad. And see, this is what they've been banking on. Right before the election. To stir up confusion. Have war in the U.S. Trying to keep Trump in office. So he can steal like he always do. Like they stealing this kid everything. His trust. They damn sure stole his trust. his belief in the Constitution of the United States that he was following the law, and he did. Make no mistake about it. I can give two shits right now about these white chocolate Frisco hoodlum thugs. Their mama and daddy failed them. His brother failed him. And that is why he is unalive today. His football team failed him. Lured this child over there because he talked about their football team being useless and worthless and a bunch of sorry-ass linebackers that fucked up the season. Y'all trash. Don't trash talk with folk if you can't handle the funky-ass trash of performance that you provided. He called their team garbage while they was doing trash talk. And I believe Eddie did set that up because he knew him and he was talking trash and he thought it was going to be funny for them to beat his ass. And I do believe he recorded it. And they did away with that. Just like if you have any video footage of the fight, the stabbing, we need everybody's videos. And they disappeared. On purpose. To save the school, the ISD, the football team, the line, the defensive ends, all them big ass boys. The ones that were supposed to be there and the ones that were suspended, the ghetto, white ghetto thugs, twins, to try to redeem themselves. So when the coach said, I'm going to need for you to take a leadership role because we are short-staffed, right? So we need you to step up. I guess in Hunter's, in Austin mind, that means when somebody talks shit about you, reckless, that's the word he used, reckless about your football squad, handle that. And old boy said, Austin stood up for us. Y'all remember that? Stood up for us. Why did he have to stand up for y'all? Because they were scoring and he was hurting our feelings talking about our football team was a piece of shit. So Austin, who do what he normally do, the regulator, boom, 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 running up bleachers to come and throw him out. Yeah, I need to see all of the truth, baby. Yeah, all they had to do was make sense to me. Why? They never said what was the reckless, I almost said slander, but the recklessness that he was spewing that got you to turn your fat funky ass around. That part, it never came out. Why? We needed to hear that. It was about football. And you only wanted to put him out of the tent when he called y'all team sorry. The coach called y'all sorry as fuck. He didn't want y'all on his team. That's what he was sacrificed for. So let me carry on, boo. I want to hear what this lady had to say. I mean, yeah. And this monkey here, I don't even, congressional. He's supposed to be a role model. I'm up here fussing at other folk for acting a goddamn fool. And here go this clown, a farmer. Good, get his ass out of there. Texas congressional candidate arrested outside a courtroom after verdict. Boo, you know, these narcissists, man, I bet you don't have no woman. Anyway, let me go on. So I was really trying to find him, and I'm sure the scoop on him is going to come out probably why I am alive. But let me move on, because I can go on with that for days. I wanted to hear Snitch. Oh, I want to hear. I told y'all it was the video out there. Let's get to these people. Are y'all ready to throw down? Hit the like button. Okay. We up there. Okay, let's hear her. She says she saw it with her own 2 eyes. I think tomorrow is when Rain them saying that they go the family, the mama and the daddy, and I don't know if yeah I saw. Hold on, let me do this. They having an interview. A Metcalf warden. Can y'all believe that shit?
What we also have with us is people who actually saw the controversial video of Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to speak to that. They're going to speak to exactly what they saw when they introduced their public information request. And I think that you're not
Public information request, and I think it's from. Oh, I don't know. Let's hear this.
What we also have with us is people who actually saw the controversial video of Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to speak to that. They're going to speak to exactly what they saw when they introduced their public information request. And
Can
I
we
think
get?
that you're not going to be surprised by what they
Okay,
saw, but we
Kimberly.
want to make sure that we
Hold
get
on.
this information out.
Kimberly, you gonna be here for a minute? Do you need a stick? Do you need a wrench? Who is CRXR? Okay, we not timing out. If they talk, unless it's 24 hours. I don't even know if I want them to be able to pop back up in here another day. I don't know. But is he out? What are you saying? Oh, okay to reflections. Do you need one or not? Let me know.
Public.
Hey,
So
Clarinetta.
we'll start
I'm
with
starting over.
T-Star. What we also have with us is people who actually saw the controversial video of Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to speak to that. They're going to speak to exactly what they saw when they introduced their public information request. And I think that you're not going to be
I
surprised by what
just
they saw,
didn't
but we want
want
to make sure that we get this
to see
information
them
out to the public.
rude
So we'll
boys.
start with T. Sturdy.
Yeah, because they
My name
being
is
rude.
actually Tony Sturdivant. Again, I was one of the ones that saw the video. It's kind of bewildering that it doesn't align with the testimony that was presented. What I saw in the video was four little. Voice up. What I saw in the video was actually more than four kids. There were 6 kids.
6.
Can you hold it? You can hold it.
Setting them up.
There were actually 6 kids
2
that
of them.
walked up in the stadium. 2 splintered off. 4 went directly to Karmelo Anthony. And there was a brief conversation. All right. Start over? Yeah, so again, my name is Tony Sturdivant. I was one of the individuals that put in a FOIA request to see the video. What I saw was starkly different from the testimony that I heard given in the trial. There were 6 kids that walked up, 2 splintered off. I guess that part of was
I agree with that
introduced in
pressure.
the trial where they went to deflect the coach. The other 4 walked directly to Karmelo Anthony. There was a brief conversation, I say maybe 20, 30 seconds, and from there, a scuffle ensued. It didn't last long. Karmelo backed up the canopy. He looked one way, looked to the left, and flew down those bleachers. Now, this is the video that was presented to us. This is the questions that I have, though. Why wasn't that video presented in court?
Right.
And is it the true video? Because, again, it's starkly different from the testimony given in the trial. Karmelo Anthony flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. There was maybe 2 or 3 kids.
Fell at the bottom of the bleachers. This is when it said that he bumped his head. Yeah, this is when it said he was pushed and he bumped his head. So he fell down the bleachers. Let's go.
He flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. It was maybe 2 or 3 kids. He flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. It was maybe
When he
2 or 3
flew down, was
kids.
he? Did he fall? Let me talk again. I don't want to.
Why wasn't that video presented in court? And is it the true video? Because again, it's starkly different from the testimony given in the trial. Karmelo Anthony flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. It was maybe 2 or 3 kids that you can see kind of give chase, but Karmelo was gone, so they weren't even going to put a finger on him and touch him. Again, there was a scuffle that ensued.
So when they're talking about he ran away,
And
he was running away from the guys who was trying to beat his ass. And that's when one of those testimony of those kids said that Hunter ran after Karmelo. And so out of that, I held my brother and I saw the angels of heaven rise up out of him. He lied because he was chasing Karmelo Anthony. And when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to fetch him, he then turned around and went to go try to assist his brother. And by that time, the coaches and people was trying to give him CPR, so he lied. I remember last year saying that they was on the golf course. It was the dude with the real pink lips that talked like, he was in a transition of becoming a female. Him. Yeah, and I said they was on the golf course. And he was saying, I'm having a hard time getting this through to the grand jury. They keep denying me. And they was trying to figure out the way, another avenue to get it across. So that's when they come up with these lying-ass boys. Let's go.
And Karmelo got it there. But I don't know why that was. He flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. It was maybe 2 or 3 kids that you can see kind of give chase, but Karmelo was gone, so they weren't even going to put a finger on him and touch him. Again, there was a scuffle that ensued at the top of the bleachers, and Karmelo got it there. But I don't know why that was not brought up in court. I don't know why that was shown. I don't know if the ISD gave us a bogus ass video. I don't know, but that's what I saw.
Hello, everybody. I'm an advocate for Karmelo Anthony. My name is T. And when I went to see the video, they asked if you want to see it from either 2 minutes before the stabbing or 11 minutes before. So I chose 11 minutes. From the moment she pressed play, Karmelo Anthony was already sitting up underneath that canopy. And he was sitting there for at least 8 to 9.5 minutes. I saw a boy in a black hoodie go over to him first, and then they left out of the tent, and then you see coming across the field was another 6 boys. When they got to the bleachers,
Hold up. Now we have heard at the most 5 or more. One of the guys who said they saw it, even the guy that was, outside, in his lawn chair, when he spoke to Smash the Topic, and people were saying, oh no, he's lying, he didn't see. He said 5 or more. I've heard somebody else say 5 or more yesterday. So here come these large numbers of boys. Let me hear this. Let me back her up.
she pressed play. Karmelo Anthony was already sitting up underneath that canopy. And he was sitting there for at least 8 to 9.5 minutes. I saw a boy in a black hoodie go over to him first, and then they left out of the tent, and then you see coming across the field was another 6 boys. When they got to the bleachers, one, he went out of frame, and the other one sat at the bottom. But the remaining 4, they went directly to Karmelo Anthony, and like T said before, it was a brief conversation, and then all you see is commotion. And we know from the interviews that Hunter did, We
Facts.
know that Hunter was, in fact, up underneath that tent. The next thing you see.
Shout out to Auntie Fee for finding that video. I was looking in my archives because I insisted that it need to circulate. Shout out to her. For, I always go back to the original. He has already confessed. So that's why his ass could not get on the witness stand, because he had already confessed that he was involved and his brother was aggressive, grabbed his bag. That is why Hunter would not go on that stand. We already see how he is under pressure. We already see him nervous, giving up information that his mama tap on the knee couldn't stop from coming out. And whoever tried to talk to him on the far left-hand side that they thought was his daddy tried to stop him. And then he turned back around. And what happened was, it got aggressive in Austin. He got aggressive and grabbed the bag, and Karmelo Anthony stabbed. What happened? I said it earlier. What happened in the middle? He grabbed his ass. Where was all the shit talking? Where was all that? I'ma kick your ass, nigga. Where was all that at? So no, he couldn't go up on the stand. And that was why that 3-hour long lunch, because they was trying to get him on the stand, tried to do a subpoena, and the judge, which is homeboy, homie lover friend, the good old boys, the elite organized crime crew, judge said no. Let's go.
From the interviews that Hunter did, we know that Hunter was, in fact, up underneath that tent.
Yeah.
The next thing you see, you can see Karmelo, in the midst of them assaulting him, you can see Karmelo trying to back out, but he gets pulled back forward. The next thing you see is Karmelo, he comes shooting out the back, but he's still not standing. And he had to kind of crab crawl backwards, and he had to jerk away from them because they still had a hold of his hoodie. He goes up a couple bleachers and he's looking around for which way to go. He runs diagonally down the bleachers and then he falls. At the time of him falling, that's when I noticed another 3 boys coming down the bleachers chasing after him. But once Karmelo got up, he took off. You didn't see him for the rest of the video.
They are protecting the football team that the coach allowed to help the track team. Let me say it again. This is not about the tent. This is about them shit talking, trash talking, and he called their team a piece of shit. They were sorry. They had a sorry year. Piss poor ass job. Yeah. And at some point, the coach asked for their uniforms. He had higher expectation of Austin Nim, and they failed him, and he was trying to teach them a lesson. He said, we don't need you. You a sorry piece of trouble white hoodlums. Y'all can't stay out of trouble, and you left your team hanging. Get your ass up out of here. You probably the reason why the end of year football season look like this. Look at these numbers. It's probably how it went. But we know that the coach was not happy with their performance. We know that the coach had suspended them. And because they was trying to get back on the squad, he let them come up and do some work. But I need for you to be a leader. Don't be out here playing around, trying to chase behind the pretty girls and, out here clowning. Get your ass to work. Be a leader, not a follower. And he wasn't putting Karmelo out because he was up under the tent. He was putting him out because he said that y'all had a sorry team. Let's be clear. That needs to come out. Just like they need to leak the video. Let's go.
That video, do you see Hunter? And he had to like jerk away from them because they still had a hold of his hoodie. He goes up a couple bleachers and he's looking around for which way to go. He runs diagonally down the bleachers and then he falls. At the time of him falling, that's when I noticed another 3 boys coming down the bleachers chasing after him. But once Karmelo got up, he took off. You didn't see him for the rest of the video. At no point in that video do you see Hunter holding his brother. At no point in that video do you see those boys ever going back to the tent and sitting down. That was all a lie. And I also have questions. I don't know how the defense did not play that video. Because when you see that video, it was self-defense. Karmelo was only 5'8", 130-something pounds, and Austin and Hunter Metcalf were 6'1", 220-something pounds. So for people to say that he should have used his hands, people can die from fights, from people using their hands. And that's all I'm going to say for right now. So I want to say that this press conference is for people who saw the video, because we want to make sure that we get that information out there. The other thing is that we have noticed major disparities when we look up statistically the sentencing structures that Judge Roach sentences minorities under. There's at least a 75% disparity in the length of the prison sentence when the defendant is of color. And so this is a concern for us here in Collin County. I reside here, and so I am concerned as a citizen. If the law is supposed to be equal and everybody is supposed to be protected under that law, then, sorry about that, that means every race of people are protected, right? And so with that being said, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to express what we saw and what we're concerned about here in Collin County.
Okay, sorry, you good right there? I'm Christopher King. I actually was a licensed attorney in Collin County several years ago, working with the city of Frisco on a certain project. But I'm Christopher King. My handle is KingCast online. I'm also a journalist, and I have a couple things for you briefly. Today I have filed my request for all exhibits used at trial. We'll see how that turns out. I had mailed it in before with a self-addressed stamped envelope, didn't get a response, so I figured I'd fly down here and file it in person this time. So after this trial, what I see as an attorney, I saw
what we saw and what we're concerned about here in Collin County.
Here's the picture of them all together. It's leaving out.
Okay, sorry, you good right there?
It's leaving out the 2 guys on
King.
each end.
I actually was a licensed attorney in Collin County several years ago, working with the city of Frisco on a certain project. But I'm Christopher King. My handle is KingCast online. I'm also a journalist, and I have a couple things for you briefly. Today I have filed my request for all exhibits used at trial. We'll see how that turns out. I had mailed it in before with a self-addressed stamped envelope, didn't get a response, so I figured I'd fly down here and file it in person this time.
Let's go.
So after this trial, what I see
Boots
as an attorney,
on the ground.
I saw what I believe to be malpractice. And I don't know why it happened, but I will tell you a couple of quick reference points.
Okay.
Number one, he allowed those students young people, not professional people, to testify as to ultimate issues of fact, such as, was it murder or not? Yes. Was there provocation? Karmelo provoked him. That's not how it works. You have to make them elocute as to what Karmelo did to allegedly provoke a situation. That's how it works.
I thought
and
that
when
was
you don't
awful.
object to it in the cases in chief, you cannot come back later post hoc and then ask the judge and complain about it in a jury charge. There were also no expert witnesses produced, no use of force expert, no jury. No jury professional consultant was there that I know of, okay? So these are all very serious questions on this case. And I don't understand it, but I don't like it. And I think this is the proverbial travesty of justice that we have just witnessed here. And there needs to be an investigation. It's not right. It's just not right. Yeah.
Thank you for your... So I actually speak with them. And so
what's next now?
So what's now, and this is what I stated at the
Hey,
beginning.
Monty,
What's next now is definitely a fight for justice.
Shirley,
It's definitely a fight. They are definitely
Joe,
ready
Deborah.
to file an appeal, which an appeal has officially been filed today. They're ready to move forward with seeing Karmelo get justice and seeing him getting a fair trial. That is all that they wanted from speak with them. And so what's next now? So what's now, and this is what I stated at the beginning. What's next now is definitely a fight for justice. It's definitely a fight. They are definitely ready to file an appeal, which an appeal has officially been filed today. They're ready to move forward with seeing Karmelo get justice and seeing him getting a fair trial. That is all that they wanted from Collin County was a fair trial. And unfortunately, and I did attend some of the proceedings, and unfortunately, it does not appear to me that they received a fair trial, that Karmelo received a fair trial. So what's next for them is supporting their son, and we as advocates, we're going to continue to support Karmelo and support the family, and they're going to continue to fight for justice, and we'll be right there on the side of them. Thank you. So I'm not at liberty to speak to that, and that information has not been disclosed. So I don't want to speak on that right now.
Did you have any questions for us?
No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
I'm telling you guys, watch this case. I've investigated a lot of hokey cases. We're working on one with Hollywood right now. I'm telling you guys, watch this case. I've investigated a lot of hokey cases. We're working on one with Hollywood right now. Bodie Miller's cousin, Nico Kenny, 20 years ago in New Hampshire, that was me. We have a website. We're working with the people. Well, I can't tell you that, but we're working with people. We rejected the people who did Murder Mountain because they were trying to cheap us out and take control. I investigate stuff.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, indeed.
We got some boots on the ground, y'all. We got to get this kid out of there quickly. As they said, a Metcalf, we don't know if they related, is the warden at that prison that they say is already overcrowded. Or why they didn't. Bird, hey, in Huntsville, yeah. That's cold-blooded, man. And I wonder, are they related?
That's it. I format them, upload them to Amazon.
Oh, God. Why does this now pop up? Okay, so where we moving? Where we moving to? Hold on. We're going to listen to TMZ. Dominique was talking to TMZ.
I think because of...
Why do you feel that people feel so strongly about this trial, about this verdict on both sides?
I think because of the current climate of our country regarding race relations, that many people...
About this trial, about this verdict on both sides.
I think because of the current climate of our country regarding race relations,
Absolutely, Karen.
that many people try to skip over of the situation. We try to downplay it. We try to say, let's pipe this down, when you can't pipe it down when you have one side that is literally only attacking us for the color of our skin.
Right.
We ask the question, what does the color of his skin have to do with it? Why do he got to be called a monkey? Why do he got to be called a thug? Why do he got to be all those names? What we found out was Karmelo Anthony was a 4.0 GPA student, had 62 pending scholarships to college, a very promising...
62 pending. Wow. 62, y'all. Pending offers.
GPA student has 62 pending scholarships to college, a very promising. A 4.0 GPA student has 62 pending scholarships to college, a very promising future, right? But the reality, when this situation first happened, if you would have took what was going off the vibration of the internet, you would have thought that Karmelo Anthony was a true thug.
What was your feeling about the fact that there, and it was not an all-white jury, there were Hispanic and Asian jurors as well as white jurors, but the fact that there were no black jurors, what was your feeling that day, as I'm sure you were watching this case from the start?
I joined the community outraged by the situation because at the end of the day, the reasons that the prosecution used in order to strike those 3 African-American women from the jury who was qualified and on the basis of education, and even the judge didn't even really give a lot of thought into it before he denied the defense objection to it, right?
You said something during the trial, or actually before the trial started, that you wanted people to join you in the fight against white supremacy. Where does white supremacy come into this?
Well, I think that there was multiple situations that happened that day that weren't introduced to the actual court. But at the end of the day, I think it was a huge problem from the beginning of this case. Even when we go through the bond hearing and several different things, right? All of the threats that even went from the first judge that was on this case because of a bond hearing is literally getting death threats right now. This is a Republican judge, still to this day, because she's a black woman and she lowered Karmelo's bond, not inconsistent with both them Amber Geiger's bond, or Roy Oliver, or Aaron Dean that killed Tatiana Jefferson. She's still getting threats to this day, right?
Your feeling is that just because of where you are in Texas, that there were people who were going after even the judge because she's black, and therefore that means is a sign of what you heard Jasmine Crockett saying, that she feels that a black defendant can't get a fair trial in that part of Texas?
Craig, you gotta remember, when the Oath Keeper was arrested in January 6th, he was arrested in Collin County, Texas, right? That has been a hotbed for white supremacy. But at the end of the day, I'll tell you this, there were people who traveled across this country to descend on Collin County. The last time I checked, Jake Lane does not stay in Collin County. The reality is that Texas has some of the strongest stand your ground laws. It allows permitless carry, open carry, brass knuckles, knife under 5 inches. But whenever a black man try to use those same basic rights, he's told again and again that those are not for you.
I know you have committed funds to the defense to file an appeal here.
Yes, I have.
Do you have any news on, have you spoken to the attorneys who are going to be seeking that appeal?
The family has to go through that process. The Next Generation Action Network supports the family through that process, and of course they have to select an attorney and be able to notify us that they have selected an attorney. This is their decision, and then we'll go from there. And we ask that the community continue to support this family, continue to support our organization as we continue to push for the full acquittal and full overturn of this conviction.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier, and could get you way more money without spending years in court or paying expensive lawyers up front. If you've been in a car accident within the past year, even if you were just a passenger, what I'm about to share could save you months of hassle and put tens or even hundreds of thousands more in your pocket. Here's what most people do. They either accept whatever small check insurance sends them, or they hire a lawyer up front and prepare for a long, expensive legal battle. Both options leave you frustrated and underpaid. But some accident victims are discovering a completely different approach, one that could get them 6 or 7 figure settlements without ever suing anyone or stepping into a courtroom. It's called the 2025 Crash Connect Compensation Program, and it was created specifically to help accident victims get maximum compensation without the nightmare of lawsuits, upfront legal fees, or insurance company runarounds. They're currently looking for 10 more
I'm
car
sorry.
accident victims to try the program at no cost and receive their full compensation.
Hold on.
Less than 24 hours after being sentenced for the murder of Austin Metcalf, Karmelo Anthony has been moved out of Collin County and into the state's prison system.
Hi,
This
Roxy.
is the picture just sent to us within the last half hour from the TDCJ. We're told he's being held in the Wallace Pack unit near Navasota, a little more than 70 miles northwest of Houston.
So,
Fox 4's Alex Boyette
they are finding
is
out
following
that the
Matt and Anthony.
family did not appreciate all of that hoorah and all of that ratchet and 88. The family felt like all of that negativity. Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that this is not what the family want? People go viral, and I remember yesterday I said, "Don't let your don't let your good be evil spoken of." So now it's coming out that the family is going to do an interview. Charleston White and Say Cheese, and they're going to express their concerns and how it fucked it up. They had a certain image. I told y'all this. And what they out there was doing was not the image that they wanted. They was already saying that this kid was being aggressive. And so, now we got to see how that's going to turn out. I knew that was not what the family wanted. So everybody who was egging it on, when I made my comment and put it on my wall that I was happy to see her in a positive, she was going in, she was, getting up early, trying to make a difference. I felt like she was going into the journalism, so she had a certain look. And then she walked out of there and went outside and did all of that, crazy stuff. And this is why I don't know if I believe that arrest is real for Jake Lane. I just don't. I don't know if to me, it's kind of looked staged. And she was lured in with a protagonist. And then it went from going at it with the lighter shade of the 50 Shades of Brown. Then it became black on black. Look at these monkey ass niggers. I'm just saying. So they're finding out now that Jake Lane, I don't know. I can't find him. I did Google it. I got the pictures of him. I got it. But I couldn't find him under Edward Jacob Lane. I need to see it. In Dallas County, I couldn't put him up unless he, let me show y'all. Maybe I need to reboot or refresh or something, because I definitely looked in Collin County. So now the family, and I knew it. I wouldn't have wanted it. If you are a mild family, a mild-mannered family, and they're trying to say that your son was the aggressor, and then you got all of these aggressive people out there just going at it, and then here come Ratchet saying, "Oh, fuck them people. He guilty. He." Yeah, all that stupid stuff, man. And they done already moved him to a prison. Less than 24 hours. Dallas County Jail inmate search. Hopefully let me hit the refresh button. Lang, Lang. His first name is Edward. I saw Fox 4 reported. I read that out before you got here, sir. But race, hell, what race is it? He looked like he kind of mixed between something. So I'm going to put white first, like I did, and then male. Is he search by prison information? Hold on. No record found. Dallas County, no record found. So, I'm doing Lang. Edward. Let me go Jake this time. Let me go Jake, just in case that's how they put him in there. His name is Edward Jacob Lane. So I'm going to try Jake. Jake. White. Male. And he said that he was in Dallas County. Yeah, so until I can put his name in there and it pulls up. Now, when I went to Collin County, Collin County, Texas government sheriff. Find someone in jail. Same county, judicial online search. Now, somebody's having a hard time believing what the family has said. You went viral for the wrong reasons. So, I'm going to search under Lang, Lang. He is now in here. So he is not in Dallas County. He is in Collin County. Now he's showing up with all of his aliases. Yeah, he probably, Karmelo was probably processed quickly because the person who threatened his life is in there. So Edward Jacob Lang, now you can find him. When I was searching before I went live, and I found the picture of him, did a thumbnail, now he's in here. And then they announced that he had been moved. They announced that Karmelo Anthony had been moved because he has a $1 million bond. And they probably didn't want them in the same prison, in the same jail. Y'all see that? Yeah, the warden is related to, oh wow. So yeah, that's his uncle. The warden is Aunt Austin Hunter's uncle. So yeah, I had to see that shit for myself. Okay, let me finish. So he is not in Dallas County. He is in Collin County. Okay, let's start over.
Breaking news tonight, a Collin County jury has just sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison for the murder of Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet.
Oh, wow.
Emotional victim impact.
Lord, what is
This
this?
verdict sends a clear message.
That's the one. He was on the golf field.
Community. And we remain committed to protecting our schools and standing with victims and their families. Strong emotions outside the courtroom.
Is this the right one?
As the verdict came down and the sentencing happened, what our crew saw and heard today in McKinney.
Oh no, this is not the one I wanted.
A Texas jury found 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony guilty of murdering 17-year-old
Man, this is
Austin
crazy.
Metcalf in April of 2025 during a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas. He was just sentenced to 35 years in prison. And to lay this all out for you, due to the rain, there was bad weather. The track events were
I don't
delayed
wanna
that
hear
day,
this.
and Anthony, a Centennial High School student, sought shelter under a Memorial High School
trying to
tent.
see.
Moments later, an argument broke out, and Anthony was asked repeatedly to leave that tent. One witness claimed Anthony responded by calling the group a name before he reached into his backpack saying, quote, "Touch me and see what happens," end quote. After some shoving, Anthony pulled out a pocket knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest, piercing
Y'all,
his
if y'all
heart.
know, hold on.
Prosecutors argued that
If y'all know anybody that's locked up in Navasota, Texas prison, please reach out to your people and ask them to protect this boy. We got to put the word out to protect him from harm and danger. Have his back. Fee, she stood on business. You say she stood on business, but you saying Karmelo Anthony didn't. I'm talking about the family. I'm talking about the image that they wanted their son to have while he's in there fighting for his life. He's not a ratchet, rah kid. And that's not the image that he wanted. I said yesterday, there's a way that you can do it. Maybe you wasn't here. Because baby girl that was out there that was upset, that was a former prosecutor, she got her shit off. In a very professional, well, necessarily, in a very more classier way. Let me say it that. She's not a reflection of his culture. You understand? They had a certain image that they were trying to uphold, like they was not the normal South Dallas, Oak Cliff, because the prosecutor, the state said the ghetto is Duncanville and all that out there, that's the ghetto suburbs. So honestly, you're wrong. Honestly, you're wrong. There was an image that they wanted, and they did not want South Dallas. And I'm just going, Oak Cliff, because that's not where they are from. I'm just saying that's just not what they wanted. And I guess we're gonna hear it out of the horse's mouth. What you think is presentable, I mean, you don't even think somebody defending themselves that's in the the Constitution of the United States. Well, that's how they felt, pressure. See, this is what I'm saying. You always go against. Always go against. If I don't want people out there acting a fool on my behalf, they say it's for my behalf. I think it was for clout chasing. Fuck you mean? She didn't go viral for doing nothing in man, come on, man, come on. And you try to tell these people in there that that's not who I am. We don't do that. That's not how I was raised. Well, they are in there and they know what them people were saying to them. Your ass was not. And I tried to warn her nicely. Nicely. Give her encouragement to do it. I acknowledged that she was on her feet, was on the ground. Look, she looked well, you know, and she was in line and she got in. And she get it? She did not get in that day. And instead of going home, she went to go protest. Then she went in the next day, got in, only stayed a half of a goddamn day. And it spent the majority of the time outside. So she wasn't even there a whole day and made up excuses as to why. Oh, I fell asleep. Oh, I was hungry. Oh, You had her a half a day inside. Then you went outside and you changed clothes and you got body. And you went viral and your ass never went back in there again. And you wonder why you got banned. I'm just saying. She started out, like I said on my wall, it started out good. And then it flipped. I said this before all of what's going on right now ever fucking happened. But y'all only want to think, you know, even the ones who done got it, made it out of the hood, you still don't want to leave that hoodie way of thinking. God is trying to help you. Stay focused. Stay focused. The whole eye on you. Giving sound motherfucking advice. And now she don't want to believe that they didn't appreciate that Roddy's shit. Folk out there fighting and going to jail. So you can say what you want to say. I saw this shit coming. You wonder why I ain't been on nobody's platforms? Because I was waiting to see how this shit was going to pan the fuck out. Aswana, you saying my mic too loud? Get the fuck out. Lord your motherfucking mic. Don't come over here telling me shit. If you don't like my tone, lower your volume or get the fuck up out of here. What I'm saying, I mean it at the tone that I'm giving it. If you can't handle it, get the fuck out. Well, don't tell me about no motherfucking mic. Lower your volume if you can't handle mine. This is pissing me off because they done expedited this boy in a prison that the Metcalf Austin uncle. They are part of that making America great again. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I am pissed the fuck off. So if that's not what you was meaning, okay, I'm sorry. I will chill. Man, this is so messed up, man. This is so messed up. And they have allowed, why didn't the video, the real one, leak first? It gotta leak. It gotta leak. The true video gotta leak. Man, I am so sorry, y'all. This is just really, and I didn't even really want to come because I knew I was in my feelings. I know that I am because I see the railroad. I see it.
Me and see what happens, end quote. After some shoving, Anthony pulled out a pocket knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest, piercing his heart. Prosecutors argued that the killing was a provoked and unjustified murder.
No,
They called
fuck no.
21 witnesses.
Now I'm hearing them over there saying they should know how black people are. Now is somebody trying to infiltrate their mind. Now is Charleston White trying to infiltrate these people's mind. It's always somebody else's fault. Y'all listen. I gave very good constructive criticism. I gave very good constructive criticism before it got ugly outside. I gave very good constructive criticism. I acknowledged that she looked good. Yeah, you look well. You know, I'm proud of you. You know, all of this. The whole world eyes are looking at you. Oh, he already did that. I heard that, yeah, last night. I think he gave money to contribute to the appeal. He told the daddy last year that he apologized to them. I played it the other day. He apologized to him. He really thought that, you take a gun to the school. I'm listening. Yeah, he said that last year that he was going to rally. He apologized to the family because he had said some ugly stuff. And that's when I knew that there was another video, because he said that the dad wants him to see the video. And then his whole demeanor changed, and he said that he was going to rally behind the boy, behind him, standing on his word. Absolutely. We all couldn't sleep at all, LaKendra. Hey, LaKendra. Couldn't sleep at all. And this is, I was really trying to let it die down, and I don't know how soon I thought they was gonna put him. Now we finding out that Austin uncle is the warden. They're saying that he's in one of the safest units, but I'm just like, oh my God. That's why I tried to show y'all. He reminded me of Scooter. And I know he not Scooter, but just to think about the railroad of it all. You can be a good kid. So good kids get wrapped up. Oh, it said very low, very low. Hold on. I'm out of juice. Hold on. Oh my God. I'm sick, y'all. Her essence of offset.
The defense argued it was self-defense. Karmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense.
Very
Immediately
emotional.
after the jury's decision, protesters gathered outside claiming this was the latest example of Black lives not mattering.
Listen, I am all for doing my homework on food. It's literally what I do for a living. But with Thrive Market, I can trust that the food has been vetted. I don't have to worry about artificial dyes. I don't have to worry about preservatives. I don't have to worry about high fructose corn syrup. I cannot tell you how much pressure it takes off of me to know that there.
Well,
what this process did is shown that black lives do not matter in Collin County. This trial showed that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that black life is not safe in Collin County.
Minister Dominique Alexander is the man that you just heard from in that video. He is a spokesman for the Anthony family. Minister, it's nice to have you on. You keep saying that black lives don't matter, but no black lives were lost here. A 17-year-old white person was killed. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is 35 years.
Ain't that the one who did that interview with the mama
was
and
sentenced to
the
35 years.
Hunter?
Yet at the end of the day, Black America repeatedly is told that self-defense.
Wasn't that
is a
him
part-
who
Karmelo
related to him?
was sentenced to 35 years. Yet at the end of the day, Black.
A 17-year-old white person was killed. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is 35 years. Karmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years. Yet at the end of the day, Black America repeatedly is told that self-defense is a part of the law. That a knife under 5 inches is legal in the state of Texas. That stand your ground is legal.
It's
here in
legal,
the state of
but
Texas.
not for blacks
But
against
when a black
white.
person try to use those same basic rights and laws, then we're not afforded those things. We're doing those things unjust. When
Are you paying attention, white boy?
Try to use those same basic rights and laws, then we're not afforded those things. We're doing those things unjustifiably.
Well, that's not what a jury found today. Can you tell me, I know you know Karmelo Anthony well, why did he bring a knife to a track meet?
I can't comment on that. What I can do, I can't speak for Karmelo Anthony, but I can tell you that the state of Texas made it legal. So at the end of the day, if a person got a problem with it, they might need to call Governor Greg Abbott and tell him, why does this state have open carry laws? Why does it have brass knuckles and etc. Right?
Stabbing somebody in the heart, though, sir, is definitely not legal. He could have just turned around and walked out of that tent at any moment.
He tried to.
And based on what you have been told about the situation, I can see how you can take that fact. But the levels of injustice that were done in this trial is not how I was told, right? But at the end of the day, that's the reason why we're going to go through a full appeals process to ensure that the facts are being told correctly.
The true facts.
Me and you are going to go back and forth.
No, that's fine. Tell me. I'm curious. Tell me. Tell me what you think happened.
Well, what I think is the situation is that someone asked Karmelo Anthony to come over there. He knew an individual, but that's not being told. Right?
That's not being told, white boy.
Just randomly
I'm sorry. You are peachy shades of brown.
That's not the case, right? We know that Karmelo Anthony knew an individual. He knew a coach. He spoke about it.
Oh, he knew a coach.
Frisco ISD.
Oh, he knew a coach. Yeah, because see, he was under their tent the week before. Yeah. Did you know that he was under the tent the week before? It's not about the tent. It wasn't about the tent until he called their football team a piece of shit.
Who is. That's not the case, right? We know that Karmelo Anthony knew an individual. He knew a coach. He spoke about it. We also know that Frisco ISD should have counseled that. This wasn't just raining. We were under a tornado watch that day, right? And this should have...
Remember, I told y'all earlier they are trying to save the school, the football boys, and Hunter. It was never about the tent. That's what because if they told the truth, they would have said he was up under the tent talking shit about our football team. He was talking reckless. He said, I'm talking reckless. He was talking, well, what was the reckless? Oh, he called him pussy and I mean, you know, really bad stuff. What? Because I thought boys and men thought pussy was good. So what? So which one is it? That calling y'all pussy? I mean, y'all, if you was smart, you could said shit, some good old coochie oochie. Huh? But you took making up stuff. Huh. So one of them boys said he called him a itch and a ussy. What was the reckless conversation? Cause they don't want yeah, he made that up. Well, no, I don't think it was reckless what he was saying on Memorial side, you know, that he was talking reckless because they was shit talking about football. So this is where I think the lure of Eddie, cause you know, you asked him to come over there and then you started talking shit with him, knowing that he was gonna talk shit, so you instigated. There's a strong possibility that you instigated the fight. Why else would you stand up and act like, I mean, I was pretending like I was recording it. No, motherfucker, you recorded it. That was the shit talking. So that's why when all of these people come over to my comments, you know, yeah, it was not Karmelo who unalived Austin. It was his brother that got him ill. And he needs to be brought up on charges.
Been something that was actually.
Wait, you're telling me that because somebody invited him to that tent and there might have been a tornado?
Like, oh, a kid just randomly went under a tent,
Yeah.
right? And he just sitting there, no one knows who he is. That's not the case, right? We know that Carmelo Anthony knew an individual. He knew a coach. He also know that Frisco ISD should have counseled that. This wasn't just raining. We were under a tornado watch that day, right? And this should have been something that was actually.
Wait, you're telling me that because somebody invited him to that tent and there might have been a tornado warning, which happened all the time in Texas, that he was warranted in stabbing a 17-year-old kid in the chest? In the heart, and
if he would have counseled the event.
But what you cannot do is put your hands on someone.
Well, you just told me that was the case.
No.
Is that the case? Because I want to know what the case is. I seriously do.
You asked me the first time, why was he under the tent or close or whatever it may be, right? The reality is that the state of Texas says that I don't have to, when I'm assaulted, I don't have to return the same level of force, correct?
Thank you for telling. It's on the books. They don't want to acknowledge that. It does not have to be the same force. I've been trying to tell you people that. It does not have to be the same force in the state of Texas. They are mad because somebody is reminding them of what is still on the books. Now, I'm sure they're going to change these books. And y'all dumbasses going to then understand, oh, so they're taking it out now. Yes, they're taking it out now. But when this incident happened, he didn't have to return the same force. Dumbasses, I tried to tell y'all, but y'all want to listen to the YouTube streets and believe that bullshit without any research. It does not have to be the same level of force. You put your hands on me, I can use deadly force. Fuck you mean, and I don't have to run.
Same level of force, correct? Isn't that the law?
Isn't that the law? But this law wasn't designed for black people to use it against white people. I've been trying to tell y'all the truth. And when I do, but I don't know if I ain't heard that. I've been telling y'all the shit. Just because y'all ain't heard it, don't mean it ain't true. You don't have to know when to do it in the state of Texas. They don't have to know when to do it. They just unalive black people.
be, right? The reality is this, is that the state of Texas says that I don't have to, when I'm assaulted, I don't have to return the same level of force, correct? Isn't that the law?
Look at him.
Yeah, he was asked to leave that tent multiple times, and the prosecution called.
He don't want to talk about that. Y'all see that? He don't want to talk about the law. You see how they do it? Now, he done hit him with thus said, God said, obey the law of the land. The law is he didn't have to. He didn't have to. And when he questioned him about, that's the law, ain't it? Then he started looking like Eddie. Eddie goddamn monster who's stuck. Who is stuck when he is hit with the facts and the truth. You always making up excuses, Pressure, for the facts and the truth. Stop that. You're not going to convince me to think otherwise other than what is in the law books. You are not the fucking law. You just running your goddamn mouth. I'm talking about the law. You want to raise your kids to be law abiding. And he was law abiding. Now, well, he should have just walked away. He tried to. They yanked him back in. Do I need to play that later again? Who saw the real video? Huh, Pressure? He tried to back out. They grabbed his sweatshirt. Even when he broke away, they still had the hood of his hoodie. The fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Keep making up every excuse for this shit. So he was law-abiding. He was invited over. He was lured. That boy, that white hoodlum walked up 3 bleachers to fuck with him. He wasn't even talking to Hunter nor Austin. I need for you to stop fucking with me on this shit. Every time the truth, you face with the truth, you come up with a fucking excuse.
He was asked to leave that tent multiple times, and the prosecution.
That's the law.
21 witnesses. Hold on.
No, now you want him to hold on.
So whatever it may be, right? The reality is this, is that the state of Texas says that I don't have to, when I'm assaulted, I don't have to return the same level of force, correct? Isn't that the law?
Yeah, he was asked to leave that tent multiple times.
He was invited. You see how y'all see how he bypassed the law? Do y'all see how he just bypassed the law when he challenged him about the law? The law said he didn't have to retreat. No requirement to retreat. It's a stand your ground law in Texas. And in addition to that, there's no requirement to retreat. Fucking energy. No excuse. Keep your Let me back up. Let me hush. Man.
This wasn't just raining. We were under a tornado watch.
They should have canceled.
Right? And this should have been something that was actually...
Wait, you're telling me that because somebody invited him to that tent and there might have been a tornado warning, which happened all the time in Texas, that he was warranted in stabbing a 17-year-old kid in the chest, in the heart, and killing him?
That's not the case. But
I thought it didn't say the heart, but carry on.
Well, you just told me that was the case.
No.
Is that the case? Because I want to know what the case is. I seriously do.
You asked me the first time, why was he under the tent or close or whatever it may be, right? The reality is this, is that the state of Texas says that I don't have to, when I'm assaulted, I don't have to return the same level of force, correct? Isn't that the law?
Yeah, he was asked to leave that tent multiple times, and the prosecution called 21 witnesses. The prosecution called 21 witnesses, and they all corroborated that. They all said that he was asked to leave the tent. There might have been.
They all didn't have, no sir, no sir.
He was asked to leave the tent, so he could have left that tent at any time. He chose not to. That's why he's going to jail for 35 years.
All 21 of them did not have the same story. They did not have the same story. And that's why so many people outside of that courtroom is outraged right now. If you look at anything about this case, all 21 of them did not have the same story.
Tell me about the defense witness, because the defense did not call Karmelo Anthony. If Karmelo Anthony truly thought he was innocent, he's 19 years old. He's not a kid. He's 19 years old. Why didn't he take the stand in his own defense? And why did the defense's only witness change their story on the witness stand?
Here's how I eat low-carb, high-protein meals every day. These are my lunches this week. Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast, so I...
Karmelo Anthony testifying in his own trial is his own right? And
why did the defense's
Why didn't Hunter
only
go up
witness
there?
change their story on the witness stand?
Because they wanted their
Karmelo
scholarship.
Anthony testifying in his own trial is his own right? And that's a decision that Karmelo Anthony and his parents has to make, right? And that was a decision that was made.
Not just hold on,
right?
not just Texas pressure. That's because this don't happen in every county. This is Colin again in Dallas County. He probably wouldn't have been charged. I'm sure you've heard that. You got to know where to go. You know, you need to know where to go in Texas. Not all Texas, but there are a lot of places that do run plays on their residents. Yes, and Frisco is making America great again. How many times do I have to keep saying that? Frisco is Trump. Okay? So you can't just lump Texas in there. You have to lump some of Texas. And Frisco is a place that you don't, Frisco, Allen, Prosper, you know, all of that far north, not just North Dallas, far North Dallas. So North Dallas used to be the lick. Yeah. Then it went to Plano. Then they start moving further away north. So there's North Dallas and it's far North Dallas. Far North Dallas is getting away from the darker shade of brown. And I hope you understand what I'm saying. You hear about North Dallas, like North Dallas, when we lived in North Dallas, when we left up Oak Cliff, North Dallas was not bad. North Dallas got bad. Then they moved far north, getting away from black people coming into. So when you heard him say, oh, DeSoto and Duncanville, we want to keep Frisco safe and clean. Clean. What do you think clean is? What is clean? We want to keep them clean. We don't want no 50 Shades of Brown over here. Do you understand? I hope you do. So the further you go north, oh, hold on. They saying the mom and them did an interview. Feed this man would never be nowhere. My son, defense team. Okay, that's your opinion. Okay, I don't care about that.
Right? And through this process, of course, there's going to have to be some major.
I don't know who you would get, but okay. I don't care about
Karmelo
that.
Anthony testifying in his own trial is his own right? And that's a decision that Karmelo Anthony and his parents has to make, right? And that was a decision that was made through the legal process, right? And
I'm
through this
sorry
process,
you want to.
of course, there's going to have to be some major reviews, right?
Play,
but
Sherman.
as far as
We can go far. I'm sorry you want to.
What he,
I don't know what you're saying,
changing
Black
his
Swan.
testimony. I'm trying to figure out how someone going to say he changed his testimony.
It's not for black.
Were you privy to his testimony prior to?
But
Well,
people
he
been
changed his
infiltrated
testimony. He
playing
was,
a long
during
time ago.
cross-examination, he said that there was not an altercation under the tent, and he didn't witness an altercation. So I don't think that was something the defense was planning on, and clearly it didn't play well for this 12-person jury. Let me just ask you, can a black person ever just be convicted of killing a white person in this country without it becoming like a major race issue?
Y'all
Some
make
of the
it a
comments
race.
that you made outside the courthouse today, I don't know why you do that. You stir things up, you make it about race, and that could lead to rioting and protests and looting tonight. The bottom line is more people could get hurt. More people.
Keep your hands to yourself.
I'm glad that you will say that, why do we have to bring race in the situation? The reality is that if you know about this
I didn't
case,
say we, I said you.
No, hold on,
Why do you, Dominic? Not the
finish
black
this.
race.
No, let me make this very clear.
Not the what
As
race?
the president of the largest human and
Not
civil
the
rights
what
organization
race?
in North Texas, what
a major race issue, like some of the comments that you made outside the courthouse today, I don't know why you do that. You stir things up, you make it about race, and that could lead to rioting and protests.
Jake
and looting tonight.
Lane made it about
more
race.
people could get hurt. More people could get hurt.
I'm glad that you will say that, why do we have to bring race in the situation? The reality is that if you know about this
I didn't
case,
say we, I said you.
No, hold on.
Why do you, Dominic? Not the
finish
black
this.
race.
No, let me make this very clear. As the president of the largest human and civil rights organization in North Texas, what I witnessed on April 3rd was white people going on posts in social media calling Karmelo Anthony a thug, not a 4.0 GPA, not a person that
He's a convicted murderer tonight, so he's a thug.
Let me finish.
He's a thug. He's not a hero.
When you
He's not a
sit here and
hero.
say a black man is bringing race, his race shouldn't have never been a factor. He shouldn't have never. Jake Lane, I don't see you calling out Jake Lane that said
He
Karmelo
made it a race
Anthony
issue.
should sit there and be hung from a tree and shot outside the Collin County Jail.
Let's go. Yeah, that's a thug. That's a thug. That's a fucking thug.
Not a 4.0 GPA, not a person that
He's a convicted murderer tonight, so he's a thug.
Let me finish.
He's a thug. He's not a hero.
When you
He's not a
sit here
hero.
and say a black man is bringing race, his race shouldn't have never been a factor. He shouldn't have never. Jake Lane, I don't see you calling out Jake Lane that said Karmelo Anthony should sit there and be hung from a tree and shot outside the Collin County Jail. I never brought race into this situation. We had to.
I didn't bring race into the situation either. You brought race.
You asked it. Yes, quit lying. You asked him, why does it have to be about race?
That due process is done. All we want is our rights and be afforded at the Collin County Jail. I never Lane that said Karmelo Anthony should sit there and be a person that
he's a convicted murderer tonight, so he's a thug.
Let me finish.
He's a thug. He's not a hero.
When you
He's not a
sit here and
hero.
say a black man is bringing race, his race shouldn't have never been a factor. He shouldn't have never. Jake Lane, I don't see you calling out Jake Lane that said Karmelo Anthony should sit there and be hung from a tree and shot outside the Collin County Jail. I never brought race into this situation. We had to.
I didn't bring race into the situation either. You brought race into this when you made those comments that we played at the beginning of the segment, making this about race.
We have to make sure that due process is done. All we want is our rights and be afforded the same basic rights that everyone is afforded to, sir. And I'm sorry if I gotta talk about my race to make sure that I can have the same afforded rights that a white
Dominic, he had a fair trial, and you're certainly open. You can appeal that. But the last time I checked, it's not legal for white people to stab black people in the state of Texas either.
Hey,
Dominic Alexander, appreciate you being here. We got to leave it there.
Oh, wow. Hold on, y'all.
It was designed to protect white people, the system, and it was not designed to protect black people.
News coming out of Texas this morning.
That's so true. I be trying to tell y'all that.
Found guilty for
Hold on, y'all.
after stabbing fellow high school student Austin Metcalf last year at the track meet. Kayla Hayes is now receiving a wave of online attacks following the trial. What would prompt the attacks appeared to be not only the fact of what her son was first accused of, but it would appear to come from what she would say in court following his guilty verdict. TMZ would report that Anthony's mom would end up pleading with the jurors to have some mercy on her son as he was facing up to 99 years in prison. Now, this update would make the rounds, and Metcalf supporters would relentlessly take aim at Anthony's mother, as some would even suggest that the now 19-year-old should have been sentenced to death, and that the now 35-year sentence he would receive wasn't enough. Some of the attacks online look like, "Mercy, F you. You are the reason your son is a piece of shit and is going to be Bubba's bitch. Did he have mercy when he stabbed Austin? One less criminal in the streets. He deserves a death penalty." While another would go on to say, "Her son deserves to be dragged behind a truck." All right, so trying to do something different, trying to get the story out to you ASAP. Gonna give you a bit more like live commentary wrapped around the report that you were just given. When I think about this particular story, the first thing that I have to notice, and that I think a lot of us do, is the racial divide it has created. You have a lot of people expressing their frustration with it, a lot of people shocked about the verdict, a lot of people want more. As you can see, there's a lot of anger towards the Anthonys.
It's too long.
And so those are things that at least I noticed right away. Now, what was interesting was that Austin's father tried to say, hey, it's not about race. He didn't see it that way. It's wrong or right. You know, maybe, but I think realistically, a lot of people are seeing that, hey, if things would have played out differently, if the roles were different colors, how would this have played out, right? So one thing that I did think was interesting that I noticed was that when I went to the conservative platforms that was covering the story, covering the trial,
I'm trying to hold on. Bubblegum better chill. Who is Bubblegum?
this would have been like this.
Who is Bubblegum?
Their biggest, like, I guess, complaint about everything is that, hey, if
Who is Bubblegum?
was a black kid, and if Karmelo was a white kid, then this would have been a huge uproar in terms of marching and protesting and things of that nature.
I've been agonizing over a decision I'd be called on to make. It was no exaggeration to say I'd been dreading this cursed day for weeks.
Dance is more than just using your body. So much of dance is in your expressions. Squinting.
Hold on, y'all. It's the movement going on. I'm trying to get it for you.
That was absolutely a
Oh
travesty.
no.
He would have been able
I've
to
seen
claim that self-defense claim. That jury that he would end up having, which happened to be all white, would have been able to empathize with him and not give him a whole.
I'm trying to find it.
So it's interesting to see that, and I definitely wanted to make sure that was one of the things highlighted. Now, for people that are like, hey, again, they don't see the race aspect of it, I want to throw these scenarios at you and just see where your mind goes. So one is, what if Austin was white, and what if Karmelo was white? What if they both were white? Does that change anything for you? Mentally, how you think this would have played out? Would it have played out the same in your head? Now let's do the same thing when we ask, what if they both were black? Right? What if Karmelo remained black, and what if Austin was black?
Let me see.
Do you think the outcome,
The fact of what her son was first accused of, but it would appear to come from what she would say in court following his guilty verdict. TMZ would report that Anthony's mom would end up pleading with the
Can y'all hear?
to have some mercy on her son as he was facing up to 99 years in prison.
I'm trying to find what's going on right now.
And Metcalf supporters would relentlessly take aim at Anthony's mother, as some would even suggest that the now 19-year-old should have been sentenced to death, and that the now 35-year sentence he would receive wasn't enough. Some of the attacks online look like, mercy, F you. You are the reason your son is a piece of shit and is going to be Bubba's bitch. Did he have mercy when he stabbed Austin? One less criminal in the streets. He deserves a death penalty. While another will go on to say, her son deserves to be dragged behind a truck. All right, so trying to do something different, trying to get the story out to you ASAP. Gonna give you a bit more like live commentary wrapped around the report that you were just given. When I think about this particular story, the first thing that I have to notice, and that I think a lot of us do, is the racial divide it has created. You have a lot of people expressing their frustration with it, a lot of people shocked about the verdict, a lot of people want more. As you can see, there's a lot of anger towards the Anthonys, and so those are things that at least I noticed right away. Now, what was interesting was that Austin's father tried to say, hey, it's not about race. He didn't see it that way. It's wrong or right. You know, maybe, but I think realistically,
a lot of people are seeing that, hey, if things would have played out differently, if the roles were different colors, how would this have played out, right? So one thing that I did think was interesting that I noticed was that when I went to the conservative platforms that was covering the story, covering the trial, excuse me, they would ultimately be like, hey, if the roles were different, this would have been like this. And their biggest, like, I guess, complaint about everything is that, hey, if Austin was a black kid and if Karmelo was a white kid, then this would have been a huge uproar in terms of marching and protesting and things of that nature. Now, what I thought was interesting is that that's the same scenario, or at least a scenario that black youths were seeing or saying, but they saw it differently. They were saying that, hey, if Karmelo was a white kid and if the gentleman Austin Metcalf was black, then this thing would have been totally different. Then that Karmelo would have been able to walk away. He would have been able to claim that self-defense claim. That jury that he would end up having, which happened to be all white, would have been able to empathize with him and not give him a whole 35 years. So it's interesting to see that, and I definitely wanted to make sure that was one of the things highlighted. Now, for people that are like, hey, again, they don't see the race aspect of it, I want to throw these scenarios at you and just see where your mind goes. So one is, what if Austin was white and what if Karmelo was white? What if they both were white? Does that change anything for you? Mentally, how you think this would have played out? Would it have played out the same in your head? Now let's do the same thing when we ask, what if they both were black, right? What if Karmelo remained black and what if Austin was black? Do you think the outcome, does it go to a guilty verdict? Does he get the 35 years? Would those things still kind of play out? And I think if anything kind of changes in your mind, then that might be an answer for you that, hey, race does probably have a factor into it. Because if you think about it, at the end of the day, the jury, the judge, they are all people. They are all people with feelings and all people with perspectives and empathy in different ways and can be able to connect differently to depending on who's in front of them. So I do want to make sure that we don't scare away from that. Now, moving right along, there was one lady in particular, as well as a bunch of people outside the courthouse, who would definitely make sure that it would be known that race played a huge factor when it came down to the verdict.
What was it like? What was it like?
When the verdict was read.
I feel like it was designed to protect white people, the system, and it was not designed to protect black people. It's self-defense.
Now, as mentioned, a lot of social media was talking about the whole racial dynamic that comes to the story. There was a user on X that were going to say,
What can I get you to drink? And a Coke.
And a Coke. And a Coke.
I'm at a Coke. They kill our kids or send them to prison. Maybe somebody can help me understand this. A grown man, Rick Chow, chased down a 14-year-old teenager, Cyrus Carmick Belton, and shot him in the back. A teenager got jumped, was defending himself, and now he'll spend years behind bars. We are constantly told to trust the system, but too often the outcomes leave people shaking their heads. If the facts were different, if the names were different, if the races were different, would the outcome be the same? That's not a rhetorical question because we just saw last week a Chinese man get away with murdering a black boy. I'm angry at this verdict. Justice has not been served. Now, some quick facts to throw at you that I thought was interesting. Karmelo did receive a 35-year sentence over this murder charge. Another thing that I thought was interesting was the all-white jury that he would be kind of left with. Again, going back to the racial element, I think we can't overlook that. You know, you empathize with somebody that looks like you a lot of the times. If you ask somebody what city you from and they say they're from your city, you naturally kind of get to a place of comfort. Just to be a little bit more transparent, there was a traffic situation that I had to deal with. And I had my proof and I was like, you know what, I want to go ahead and take it to a bench trial where I can talk directly to the judge and be able to state my case. I felt confident regardless if the judge was going to be white or black. But when I looked at that paper and I read that name, and I pretty much felt that, hey, this was going to be a black man judging this, a sense of relief came over me because I was like, man, at least I think he's going to be able to see me as a person, be able to connect with me, be able to empathize with me, be able to understand how the scenario played out. And so I think we all kind of feel that way. There's a comfortability there. You know, if someone has a similar background as you, a similar upbringing, that makes you feel a bit more at ease in knowing that. And so I think we can't ignore, again, the racial component here, given that he had, you know, an all-white jury, was a huge element to that conversation. Now, my other perspective on is that I think the publicity in the long run worked against Karmelo. Yes, I think this was a sentencing about messaging. The DA would even admit this. He would go on to say that this verdict sends a clear message. This, to me, kind of works against Karmelo because it no longer became about, like, the intricate details, the facts, his rights, the idea of the trial itself and how he could position himself. It became more about, like, what are the masses of people that are watching this story, that are following this, what are they going to walk away with feeling? And I would imagine that they don't want situations like that to occur again, right? They wouldn't want somebody to feel like, hey, if you threaten my space, then you can respond to this way. And for people that want to put a racial component on that, you know, think about that as well. I think a lot of people are feeling that way, that, hey, this became more about the message versus the actual details. And that's something that you have to ask yourself at home in regards of if things would have went differently, if the scenarios had changed, like we were talking about in terms of the racial aspect of it, how much of it. And I do think the other element, if this wasn't so much of a big story, I think things would have worked out a little bit more in Karmelo's favor. And kind of to close it out, you know, we talked about Karmelo's mother getting attacked online and people lashing out against what she's feeling, the mercy that she wanted to have on her son's life. You know, just thinking about it, no one wins, though. No one wins. No one wins. The Metcalfs don't win. The Anthonys don't win. Everyone lost here. Because I think sometimes when we get on social media, we think that, like, people passing away is kind of like it can be a quick joke or a quick comment. But you got to understand, like, that's permanent. That's final. There's no coming back from that. You know, and that's what one family has to experience. There's no coming back from that.
Yeah, keep your
Regardless
hands to
if he
yourself.
was in the wrong or right, that
Okay, hold
is
on.
what the situation they have to deal with. But then you switch over
Yeah.
to the Anthonys, right? And how do they now feel? Right? What was the circumstances there? What even made him feel inclined to have that on him? Was he being bullied before? Is there a fear that he felt that he needed to protect himself? How did he feel in that moment? You know, and if you're someone that's black, you understand that there is a tightness at times that you can feel when just navigating as an everyday person. You don't feel completely 100% free sometimes. You feel a little bit tense. You feel a little bit like, I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know what's around the corner. And that's the life sentence that a lot of black people have to live. So I think we have to be able to see both point of views and understand that everyone was wrong. No one won in this scenario. With that being said, let's talk about them on the comments below. In regards of Karmelo Anthony's mother and people attacking her online, do you think that parents in this scenario should be accountable for a situation like this if it involved their child? Let's talk about it right now. And for more news in comedy, culture, and sports, be sure to subscribe here to our YouTube channel.
Yeah, she favors him. She favors his mom. Oh, she too low down. Let's see.
My Baton Rouge people, man, we love the Melo. My Baton Rouge people, my Baton Rouge people, hey. Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! My Baton Rouge people, man, we love the Melo. My Baton Rouge people, my Baton Rouge people, hey. Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo!
Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself.
They send a message. Yes. It ain't the end of the world. That's his.
Keep your hands to yourself. That's the right thing to do. Keep your hands to yourself. It's the right thing to do. You won't lose your life that way.
They send a message. Yes. It ain't the end of the world.
Sad she did too much too early too soon. Who you talking about depression?
That's it. They send a message. Yes. It ain't the end of the world. That's his.
That's the family. I gotta put y'all in my seat. Hey, hold on. I got to. My Baton Rouge people, man. You love me. My Baton Rouge people. My Baton Rouge people. Hey. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. My Baton Rouge people, man. You love me. My Baton Rouge people. My Baton Rouge people. Hey. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo.
Now you bringing up kids oppression. You bringing up your personal. So when somebody go in, like the other day, don't be saying I made it personal.
That's it. They send a message. Yes. It ain't the end of the world. That's his.
That's the family. I gotta put y'all in my seat. Hey, hold on. I got to. My Baton Rouge people, man. You love me. My Baton Rouge people. My Baton Rouge people. Hey. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo.
This is his grandmother. Karmelo Anthony, uncle and grandmother.
They have weekly sales going on, so savings really stack up. But if I'm running low on anything, I just add it to my everyday pantry staples, no sugar beverages, gluten-free snacks, and even some of my dog's food.
Ouch. Hold on. Y'all hit the like button for me.
Calm gummies, but no worries. And just like that, I save myself another trip to the grocery store. So stress less.
Let me see.
And join Thrive Market for just $5 a month. Trust me, the savings really stack up.
Oh man, I almost hit my nose.
Excuse me, I'm here for the senior intern program.
Oh, the senior intern. Of course, Tyler will be down in a minute. Why don't you have a seat? Engineering on the right, product in the middle, growth on the left, stand-ups at 9:30 every morning. We use Slack for everything. You know Slack? I'm familiar. And you have a Mac?
I have a laptop.
Mac or PC?
PC.
Okay, it will set you up. Here you go. 33 years in retail management, right? Big shift this. You'll pick it up, or you won't. We'll see.
Wow. All white jewelry? Judge and the DA are buddies.
Started today, so I don't know.
Along with the dad.
Henry's on
Best
board.
friend.
Yesterday, I shipped
That's
it to
been
the
our
user
trump
dashboard.
card.
Today, I'm running
We've
an
been
A/B
holding,
test
we
on
knew
checkout.
already
I like
knew
to
that.
add Henry's and
God
stakeholders so you
has
can see how product
spoken.
feedback works.
And you
Sure, Ryan.
cannot
Henry, that
make
work for
me
you?
believe.
Yes.
We already got the money set aside for appeals bond. Why? All white jury?
I didn't. I
The
started this
judge
company
and the
because I think
DA
we've
are
lost
buddies.
something in tech. Experience.
Along
People
with
who've
the
actually
dad.
ran things.
Best
But this
friend.
isn't a charity. 90
Hold
days, you
on.
either contribute at mid-level or you don't. If you don't, you part ways. That's the deal.
God has spoken.
I read your resume.
And you cannot
33.
make me believe that as many gray-haired white women on that jewelry that's dealing with white guilt about going to heaven is not gonna have no compassion about a kid that's been straight A from the time he's ever read a book in school, has no history of violence, has saved children's lives by risking his own life by jumping in to save somebody from drowning. This kid has no violence. Austin, on the other hand,
To the media with the Metcalf family by their side.
Today, justice was served. A year ago, when this senseless murder unfolded, I said that it had struck a deep nerve in Collin County.
we already got the money set aside for appeals bond. Why? All white jury? The judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friend. That's been our trump card. We've been holding, we already knew that. God has spoken, and you
God
cannot
has
make me believe
spoken.
that as
Let
many
the truth. Okay, hold on.
great
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Come on, we going on a ride. I wonder why we wasn't out there.
Basically comments, and it was like this thug, this nigger, this.
I need to start back, y'all.
Girl Nick, and we have a special. All right, hey guys, what's up? It's your girl Nick, and we have a special guest by the name of Dominic Alexander. He has been representing for the Anthony family and been there since last year. I remember a video of you coming out of the court with him during the bond hearing that had got reduced. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became connected to the Anthony family?
So just to introduce myself, I'm Minister Dominic Alexander. I run an advocacy organization, one of the largest human and civil rights organizations here in North Texas, called the Next Generation Action Network. And we was founded in 2014. We've been a part of a number of high-profile cases in this organization. I founded this organization when I was 25 years old. As a person who is connected to the social justice community across Dallas, I remember last year when this situation happened. And just like anybody who is just living here in North Texas, we're looking at, our local media, and we're seeing all of these posts and stuff about this situation, right? Mind you, it's important to note that this day, most of us was all under a tornado warning, right? It was pretty much a bad weather day. But I remember these posts and I remember these comments, and then I also remember Megan Kelly talking about it. And all of these white supremacists basically comments, and it was like, this thug, this nigger, this blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, what does that got to do with everything? You know what I mean? Because, normally a case of this in the regular sense, this is not a case that we would normally get involved in, right? You know what I mean? But because of the reaction of the situation and the violation of due process, we were like, no, something got to be done. So the next morning, I'm getting calls and inbox from everybody saying, Dominic, you got to help this baby. You got to do something. You got to get involved, or whatever it is. And I don't know him. And I'm like, okay, well, somebody got to get me connected to his family.
At this
Because I
point,
have a job.
if you're looking at the reactions of what's
I don't.
going
I don't
on,
sit at home all
and
day
even
on
credible news
YouTube.
sources
I'm not a.
reporting of Carmelo
I don't know
Anthony,
what these people
I'm
don't have
thinking, you
jobs.
know,
YouTube
I'm
is their
pulling up on an
job. You
apartment, I'm
understand?
pulling up on a Section 8, you
Yeah.
know what I mean, whatever it may be. Not a two-parent household, not a beautiful family, not in a gated
Yeah.
community, and blah
I'm
blah
not
blah.
one of them
I'm not
people that
pulling
sit
up
at
to a
home all
4.0
day
GPA student. None of
and
this.
do
You know what I mean?
nothing
Like I'm not
but
doing this.
start shit
And
and talk
so
shit. You
I
understand?
remember
I get my
we
point
got there
across.
and we met with the family and just trying to really just get involved with it. And I remember having one of our general counsels, Kim T. Cole, come there.
I talk about stuff one day and then it circulates. See, I don't have to go out and do shit for clout. I can just do my research, put it out on my little bitty channel, and it recirculates. And they all start talking about the shit I was talking about over here. You see how effective that is? You understand? You understand big pressure? Some stuff I intentionally put it out there for people who gonna take everything I say and repeat it. You understand? Yeah. It's intentional. See, I have thought it through. And all I have to do is say it. That's why I look for things in my archives to recirculate. And then it grows. And then everybody's talking about it. You see how that works? Even the people who got boots on the ground, some of the stuff, they wasn't talking about it until I started talking about it. You see how that works? Big pressure. I'm effective right here where I am, doing my own research, is putting it on my platform, and let all the people who nibbles and don't want to give me credit nibble and go run over to somebody else and repeat every fucking thing I say. You see how that works, big pressure? Yeah, I have a plan. Yeah, get the fuck on. All up in her ass again. Ain't nobody trying to take nothing from her, but she's made the shit worse. The shit I put out and let it fly, you know, let them say everything I say, it's effective. So don't try to compare me to somebody out there acting a motherfucking fool when what I do is very effective. Always some negative. You always trying to start shit. Yeah, and you wonder why I call you a manipulator. Fuck you mean?
With the family. And
you tried it though.
To really just get involved with
you don't think I don't know when people repeat me verbatim? You don't think and they say I heard somewhere, and I know where the fuck you heard it because you wasn't saying it before I said it. I try to spread the truth. I try to spread where I don't see, where I don't understand why this ain't out. He's already confessed. Now everywhere you go, they playing it. The next fucking day, I said that and showed that. Everybody started talking about it. Yeah, but you implied that the other day. You said you was pissed off at Skull and Ratchet, and they went out there. I don't have to go out there. I'm more effective right here, letting people eat the words out of my mouth. Yeah, you don't think I know that? Hell, I know what I sound like. I know where they repeating it. Do I have a problem with it? Not anymore. I used to, but I don't have a problem with it anymore because I want the truth out. I don't want to do anything that I feel like as a grown, real grown adult, more grown and adult than most of y'all. So y'all say. I've seen things y'all asses ain't seen. I know things that y'all ain't even thought about yet. I drop gems. I don't talk bullshit. I mean, I can though. I mean, I know y'all know I can. Woo! But if it's something that I am following and I am doing the research, I want to drop gems, not bullshit. I hope that answers that for you. And let me back up a little bit.
We got there and we met with the family. and just trying to
Here he comes.
really
Oh,
just get
clarinet.
involved with it. And I remember having one of our general counsels, Kim T. Cole, come there. And I had there was another person brought an attorney by the
Hey,
name of Billy
Illis.
Clark, and their sole purpose was to get to Carmelo and say, "Hey, sit back, shut up. You got support. We're here." Also, show him the photo of his family, everything or whatever. And I also talked about,
Y'all,
because
please hit the
we
like
are
button.
an organization who is well known in North Texas, it's important to know that we brought the largest
And as
protest
far as
in
I'm concerned with Dominique Alexander, hell, he did a much better job than the defense team. Yeah, I'm looking at y'all like, He did a much better job than the defense did. But y'all still want to be stuck on people who is helpful and praising people who are not.
County history after
I
the
don't know
McKinney
if
pool
that's
party
God
incident
that's
in
showing you. That may
2015
be
when the young
the devil.
African American lady was slammed by Officer Caseboat, Eric Caseboat. I was 26 years old when that happened. I'm 37 now, so more than 10, 11 years ago. Um, and so we reached out to the Frisco Police Department about all of the threats and the safety concerns of the Anthony family. And our job
And
as an
got old boy
organization
locked up.
was to help support in any kind of way and advise and support this family. And of course, our organization was there to support in making sure that security, from whatever, from a realtor standpoint, everybody, anything they needed at that point, from moving, from everything or whatever. I also wanted to mention something about this too, because I saw some people talking about this in the last couple of days. In in and in Nick, it's very hard to have cases like this because we live in a society where everybody is so clickbaitish, right? The next generation action network do not choose attorneys, right? We
All right,
just
well, I'm gonna pause you. I don't want to jump ahead.
no
I know
no
there's
we
so
good.
much that you want to say, but
No.
before we go any further, I want to so I just wanted to know
She's a
like a little
pretty
bit of
girl,
background about
young lady.
you, your organization, and basically it sounds like you started to get involved with the Anthony family after you started seeing all of these death threats, all of these mischaracterizations, and things like that. I want to fast forward to his press conference. This was very early on after the situation happened. It was Carmelo Anthony's mother, his father, and I believe you spoke as well. I'm going to play a little bit of it. I'm going to ask you questions about it, and then we're going to keep going, down. I'm going to try to move, swiftly down. But we're going to get to the lawyer thing because that's something that a lot of people are blaming you for some reason. So we're gonna get to that, but let's start right here.
It's my life's mission to ensure.
Oh wait.
As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of the way.
You did too good of a
In
job
the
for
wake of
them
this tragic incident,
in Frisco.
our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about. The lies and false accusations that have been said about us, especially over the past
And
week,
the media just run
has
with
been
it
overwhelming.
and
The
make
lies
it like it's
and
the
their
truth.
amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community, everyone involved in the investigation, from the police, the attorneys, and the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because
All right, I'm gonna fast forward because I think you start talking.
he's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state, but those laws must apply to all of us,
Well, that
not
didn't
just some
happen.
of us.
That
It is
didn't
clear
happen. She
when I
trusted the
speak
system.
publicly about specific details of what happened under the tent on that rainy and awful day. There's an active investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair. We believe in the legal process.
All right, I'm gonna pause her right there. So that was the beginning of the press conference, and somewhere during the press conference, I believe the Metcalf father ended up coming to the press conference, and he was turned away. Can you tell us about that?
Well, so this is the press conference. So mind you, this is after the bond hearing, right?
Okay.
And they are just, this is when Judge Tucker, the judge that was hearing the writ that was filed to hold the bond hearing. This is previous before indictment of the actual case. And so, of course, we know she reduced Carmelo's bond down to $250,000, right? And so, one of the reasons why this press conference was even held was because of the fact that when Judge Tucker was getting all this heat, there were people and right wing people and false journalists that deliberately put out that Carmelo Anthony's family had bought a car and a house with their give send go money. And many people ask me why we have press conferences, blah blah blah. Judge Tucker was about to literally put Carmelo's bond is sufficient because it got so believable that it was on TMZ, it was being online on CNN, it was everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And we like, what? Wait a minute, this. And so, you know, I said, okay, Kayla, you got to speak, and it's really hard for me to hear Kayla because you know Kayla in her personality.
Kayla is Carmelo
Kayla is the
Anthony's
mother.
mom.
Carmelo Anthony's mother, and Kayla is a strong person. But a person with just less words, don't do too much talking or whatever. And I know that took a lot out of her to really do that. But so we held this press conference because they deliberately lied, and we had to have the platform respond and say they did not even have access to the fund, right? Uh,
Because
prior to
Jeff
the
Metcalf
press
lost his
conference, now
mind
mind you,
when he
this
saw
is
that money.
the Anthony family was unaware that Austin Metcalf's dad was in the actual building. They were Andrew and Kayla was in a secured area. They never saw Jeff. They never saw him at all. Um, And I remember getting one of the reporters to tell me that's the dad. I remember JD Miles with CBS 11 told me exactly. And I was like, the dad of who? Because for me, I never saw him. I never met him in person. So I don't know him. You know what I'm saying? I could have. And so I remember we had to delay the press conference about 45 minutes just for the police to escort him out. We also saw why couldn't he be there? This was a criminal case. He could not be there. You know what I mean? This family could not be around him, right? And so that's just basic thing. That wasn't about me. You know what I mean? It was about the simple fact. And this was this is not a public place. This is my private office. And you came to a thing that was reserved for press. So we had to take care of that situation, and that was pretty much the deal on that first press conference.
Oh, okay, because there was a lot of people who, like you said, they were feeling some type of way that he was turned away. My thoughts were, I've seen, and maybe it's something that's mainly in the movies, but I've seen several movies where the father or the parent of a victim will come and they will act like they come in peace to get right up on the person that did it and harm them. So I felt in my mind that it probably wasn't probably the appropriate time, but people had problems with it. I'm gonna just show a quick piece and then we're gonna move on to like after that, then we come to them seeking out an attorney and so on and so forth like that. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me show this.
The fence. That brings us to the press conference. Jeff Metcalf was seen wearing sunglasses and talking on his phone at times while waiting for the family of Karmelo Anthony to speak. Dallas police showed up and Metcalf was asked to leave. Officers told him that he would be charged with trespassing if he did not leave. He told CBS News Texas he thought it would be an opportunity for the two families to come together in a productive way. Here's Karmelo's mother once the press conference resumed.
In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think, what happened.
All right, and hold on. I think there was something where the father spoke and he was saying that he wanted to come in peace and he was praying for the Anthony family and he was like all of these things. Well, it's a stark contrast, and if I can find it, I'll put it up. But I thought it was in that clip. But it was interesting that in that press conference where people were saying that he comes in peace and love, it seems like his position now is hateful.
It was the same way let me make this very clear, because even after this, he lied on social media saying that when he was told to leave the first time, he left. In which that was very, very, very false, because there were plainclothes Dallas police intelligence officers that were there that gave him the first warning to leave. And then they brought in uniform officers, right? And in this situation, this is not based on whether Dominique Alexander deems this appropriate. This is advice from an attorneys and all of these different types of things. Can this happen? He's here. You know what I mean? And like, no, they can't be around each other. You get what I'm saying? Like, you got to. Okay, this is not me saying bringing my security, which we had security there. I could have literally had my security team escort him out, but to be respectful, I had Dallas Police Department escort him out. You know what I mean? I'm pushing my team back, and I'm telling them, hey, don't say none of this, man. Let them handle it, whatever it may be, because I don't want nobody, and I don't want none of my team saying, or somebody saying they put their hands on them or this, that, and the third. Watch them, but don't say nothing else to them. You get what I'm saying? Let the police department. I never personally said anything to him or whatever, because like I said, I didn't even know who he was. You get what I'm saying? One of the things I'm trying to get people to understand, and so it's like, oh, he came to pray. Why can't he be there? Why can't he this or whatever? And it's like, how am I supposed to find out that he come and pray when he ain't said nothing to us? He ain't came to the organization that is holding the press conference and saying that. He's not coming in introducing himself. That man came right in there and stood right there on the side of that podium and said nothing. So how was I supposed to know he came to pray or whatever this is or whatever? Like, he didn't come as a person like what he tried to say on social media. But of course, like you said, Neek, that whole tone changed very quickly.
Right. And I see a lot of you guys coming into the chat and you keep saying, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? So Dominique Alexander is a person who has been an activist, and he has his organization for activism and getting justice and things like that. I'm sorry if I butchered it, but you can clarify afterwards. This is him after, this is you guys after the bond hearing, am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is Dominique Alexander after the bond hearing with Karmelo Anthony when
This
his
is after
bond.
this was after he was released.
Okay,
This is when we took him home.
and then this right here, you are with Karmelo Anthony's mother and father and
Yes.
other family
Mm-mm,
attorneys.
That's a part of my team right there. Those two guys.
Okay. And oops, what happened? All right, and then right here is the you speaking to Karmelo.
That was Karmelo first time meeting.
All right. Come on, man. Just follow back behind us. Just stay close, okay?
Karmelo, do you have anything that you'd like to say? Karmelo, do you have anything that you'd like to say to the victim, to the family of the victim? Why were you armed, sweetheart? Karmelo, why were you armed at school? Explain your self-defense. How is this self-defense?
Excuse me.
Well, you like to say? You want to say to the community that's donated?
All right. So that's you guys, and just wanted to show people a little bit of you guys' connection. Now, fast forward, he needs an attorney, right? He gets a bond, he gets out on release, or tell us how that went leading up to where Mike Howard comes in, because there's a lot of confusion about Mike Howard and things like that, and they think that you brought him to the family or anything.
What look?
Can you speak to that?
It's one of the things that Nick, I literally found out this was going on.
Y'all please hit the like button.
The bond hearing was set for a Tuesday.
Get the likes up. Y'all gonna get the likes up? Come on, get them up.
Mike Howard was hired before the bond hearing.
Okay.
Mike Howard was hired 4 or 5 days after the incident. Mike Howard was hired on a Sunday. The family literally interviewed probably several attorneys. Okay? Andrew met with multiple different attorneys. Out of the 9 attorneys that they met with in our office, 7 of them were black. And I told somebody earlier today, I said, what I'm not gonna do is sit here and explain myself and act like it was a whole bunch of black attorneys in April of 2025 ready to go to Collin County. If anybody's telling you that, they're lying. And the truth
you said half of them were black when they interviewed, or
half of them, more than half of them were black that they met with, right? As an organization, we can't choose an attorney. We can't even be in the room because of attorney-client privilege. There's no credible attorney that is going to even want me in the room or anybody from.
Okay, I need to pause this, y'all, and add him to the title. I need to change my title. Hold on. Y'all need some music? I gotta change the title. Give you a chance to hit the like button. Okay. Okay.
My organization in the room at that time, let alone this is a sole choice. We've been around for 12 years, and like this is not my first rodeo. We have cases of Crystal Mason that was sentenced to 5 years for illegal voting in the state of Texas. Like, you know, we do not get in the practice of choosing attorneys for families. Mike Howard was sent by a recommendation by many different people, links and everything. Whoever was literally available to be able that wanted to consider this case. Now, mind you, as people are looking at this, they have to remember this is not Dallas County. This is Collin County. So one, you have to have somebody even willing that want to actually practice in Collin County. This is a county that has a real history of racism and bigotry, and we saw that displayed. And so all of a sudden, um, when this situation go down, it's like I'm seeing all these social media posts from different people talking about I would have did this, I would have did that, and I'm like, well, my phone number and my email is on every one of my social media accounts. So if you had interest in being part of the Carmelo Anthony case, you could have emailed and made that concern known.
So do you know who gave them the recommendation to hire a white attorney?
It wasn't a, a recommendation. There were multiple different people, even including people in their family, about this white county, about hiring a white attorney or a black attorney. But it wasn't just about solely hiring a white attorney. Let me make this very clear. Mike Howard was hired. Toby Shook was added by Mike Howard as his second chair. The family didn't choose Toby Shook, right? Okay. So it wasn't no all white lawyer team or whatever it is. They didn't hire that. You know what I mean? And even to be transparent, I even had them in requesting and saying, hey, y'all need to add a black attorney on multiple different things. I can't sit here and go right now and talk about all of the things that we talked about, but some of the sentiments that people have, I share with them personally, right?
So basically what I'm gathering is people felt that because, and this is just kind of what I'm gathering, people felt that because the town and the infrastructure of the courthouse is racist, it might be better to get a white attorney to get better outcome. Is that what the thinking was?
That was some of the thinking, but the reality is that there were so many different black attorneys rushing for this case. That's just not true. It's not true whatsoever, right? And one of the black attorneys that we met wanted to charge this family $500,000. So it's like, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute now. I know we ain't gonna sit here and act like that it was just a bunch of black attorneys that were for an option,
Not
and
in
and
that
then black
county.
attorneys that were familiar with Collin County, you know. And so, with that being said, I believe Andrew did what they could do in this situation, but nothing
And when you
indicated.
say Andrew, because everybody doesn't know Carmelo Anthony's parents' name.
Okay, correct. Andrew is the father.
Yes.
Andrew and Kayla, which is the mother, did the best that they could with the options that were available to them. But I want people to understand this was not a process that, because I see people getting in their head, and I heard somebody was online talking about, oh, they did the bond hearing and then they hired the attorney. No, this family had 24 hours to hire an attorney. It was Friday when
I'm
I met
curious
them.
why the
The bond
Dr.
hearing was
Candace
on
Matthews
Tuesday.
and Dr.
They didn't have a
QT
lot of,
wasn't
you know what
there
I mean?
for the
Even
Anthony's.
I heard somebody said Dominique Alexander got them to fire a black attorney to hire a white attorney. And Nick, they had the audacity to quote and say that I fired my general counsel. Kim T. Cole is the general counsel
Brian
of the Next
drew the
Generation Action
direct
Network.
line
She's
between
a
Anthony
civil attorney.
conviction on the
It's,
Assembly
it's
walked
not
through
even
like a
like
man and
what the
said
hell are
freedom.
we talking about here? You know what I mean? She's a civil attorney. Kim T. Cole is the
Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear? I stopped it because I started spinning.
attorney.
V,
Kim T. Cole
do
is the
you
attorney
need my cash out?
on Crystal Mason's civil case.
Yep. Yep.
Kim Cole is the civil attorney
Yeah,
for
put it in
Desiree
there.
Becton, the young lady that was slammed by Officer Eric Caseboat in McKinney, Texas. Pool party incident. She is not a criminal attorney. Billy Clark is not a criminal attorney.
Yep.
Those were placeholder attorneys in order to, when you have a situation, you're going to get anybody with a bar card to be able to get to this person and say, sit back and shut up. They were never supposed to be permanent attorneys. That's not even, I don't, it's kind of like stupidity because it's like, am I supposed to respond to this stupidity? And if you gonna say this woman's name, at least you can go on that Texas bar site and say, and look at that little section where she practice areas, and it will say business, civil. If you gonna at least try to attack me, please get
Very
your facts
fixed.
together. But you can.
You're getting most of the blame for the attorney. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That's what I've been hearing. That
Yeah,
it
no,
was
no, no. It's like people saying that I chose the all white attorneys, and I'm like, what? Wait a minute, huh? First of all, Toby Shook wasn't chosen. Two,
I mean, Toby Shook was the better attorney, to be
That's
honest.
crazy. This case came
that's what
about
people said.
April
But you remember, Nick,
2025 and the
if you
trial
can just
held
tell
in
your
June.
viewers,
Right?
what was I? Was I outside the court or in the courtroom? I didn't never
Outside.
go in there. I didn't never go in there, right? Okay, so like at the end of the day, like I can only take what y'all have said. Most people, everybody, even some of the people that I talk with that messaged me on TikTok were saying the same thing you said, that Toby Shook was probably the best one out of both of them, right? I don't know. All I can do is, as an organization, we can only prepare for attorneys to meet a family, and we walk out, and when that family went home, they called me a couple hours later, and they told me that they are going to choose Mike Howard.
Okay.
Either whatever part or whatever somebody want to create or whatever, and I
Wow.
just don't even understand the level of stupidity. How could I fire my own general counsel?
All right. So being that, to
And
be
that's what
honest,
people that's what people said. But you remember, need to say sit back and shut up. They were never supposed to be permanent attorneys. That's not
He was
even. I
there.
don't. It's kind of like stupidity because it's like, am I supposed to respond to this stupidity? And if you gonna say this woman's name, at least you can go on that Texas bar site and say, and look at that little section where she practice areas, and it will say business, civil. If you gonna at least try to attack me, please get your facts together. But you can.
you're getting most of the blame for the attorney. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's people.
That's what I've been hearing. That
Yeah,
it
no,
was.
no, no. It's like people saying that I chose the all white attorneys, and I'm like, What? Wait a minute. Huh? First of all, Toby Shook wasn't chosen.
I
Two,
mean, Toby Shook was the better attorney, to
and
be
that's what
honest.
people that's what people said. But you remember, Nick, if you can just tell your viewers, what was I? Was I outside the court or in the courtroom? I didn't never
Outside.
go in there. I didn't never go in there, right? Okay, so like at the end of the day, like I can only take what y'all have said. Most people, everybody, even some of the people that I talk with that messaged me on TikTok were saying the same thing you said, that Toby Shook was probably the best one out of both of them, right? I don't know. All I can do is, as an organization, we can only prepare for attorneys to meet a family, and we walk out, and when that family went home, they called me a couple of hours later and they told me that they are going to choose Mike Howard.
Okay.
it either whatever part or whatever somebody want to create or whatever, and I just don't even understand the level of stupidity. How could I fire my own general counsel?
All right, so being that he has been put in this position where it didn't feel like a fair trial to me or anybody else that was in the room, was there, or do you know, I'm not sure if you know or not, but like, were there any experts that were available to testify to talk about like bully culture or like anything like that, or was there just no like experts, or do you know? I don't know if you know.
Yes, there were experts. There were resources that we donated for experts. Money that we
Pressure, Miss
donated
Janet listed
for
her cash app.
experts to testify.
We
There were
have.
people on the witness. There were
No, he's
17.
asking me.
There were 17 people on the
Do he need to
witness
drop
list that
his
I knew.
reflections?
At least 7 of them that let me correct this. 7 of them that I knew that weren't even called. I, you know, like I'm trying to tell people all this time, this is not the case that I was aware. But mind you, as an advocacy person, we are not in the meetings with the attorneys to prepare the case. That's not something that I'm privy to. I'm not protected by attorney-client privilege. So you know what I mean. Like I know based off of documents that I saw in witnesses
I'm
list.
him,
You know what
not
I mean.
her.
But as for, hey, we're gonna
No,
do
he's supposed
this
to be
day. We're gonna
dropping
bring this
his.
person. We're gonna do this,
We
and we're
made
gonna
a
do that.
bet
That's not.
about the case, and he's saying, do he need to drop his cash app for me to pay my debt? That's what he's saying. So when he asked me, do I need to drop my his cash app? I said, yeah, drop it.
Nothing that I have access to, because
Okay.
I'm not bound by. I'm not protected by attorney-client privilege.
Okay. All right. So going forward, now that Carmelo Anthony has been convicted and the family
I
had a
can't
gift
profit off
singo
this
that was
case.
shut down, he's
Well,
gonna
I
need a
was
new
going to honor my
appeals
word.
attorney. How can people
I
get
was going to honor the bet.
behind the Anthony family and support them?
I ain't want nobody to think that I made the bet and I was going to renege. Yeah.
Well, so based on the rules against give, send, go, and what I told the
Well,
Anthony
thank you,
family
Pressure.
today, the fund has to be created as a legal, and it has to directly be
Thank you for
administered
the
by
cash
an
app.
attorney. That's based on their rules of their platform, right? In which the
I don't
Anthony
even know what
family
name I need to.
was like, okay, that's cool,
I don't know
whatever
what
it may
name I.
be.
Thank
And
you.
now they have the process of being able to look for an appellate attorney. We know that they had 3 conversations with different appellate attorneys. There's not just one sole person they had conversations with
That's
today.
wrong for the
And
match
and and
cap.
that's pretty much it.
8
But they're
bedrooms. She
going
ain't
through
got
this
no kids,
process
but one.
so that they can make the decision
They wanted
on
everything
who
the
they
Anthony's
want to
had.
hire as the appellate attorney.
All right, another question that a lot of people, or a rumor that a lot of people are spreading is that Mike Howard was a public defender. So people are trying to say, hey, the family raised all this money to get an attorney, but yet he ended up with a public defender. Can you explain Mike Howard's background and if he's a public defender or anything about that?
Mike Howard is, I don't know anything about being a public defender. I don't know anything about that. I do know that Mike Howard practices in Dallas and Collin, and has practiced in Tarrant County. I don't know about no public defender or whatever. I can't speak to that. That he, all I can speak to it is that he was retained.
So that means that he was not pro bono.
No, he was retained. He was paid for.
Okay. So, because I wanted to clear that up because a lot of people were spreading that. You know how social media
Wow,
is.
the
They don't
very
like
thing they
verify
accused
or
the
fact check.
Anthony's
Like one
of,
person
they
says
doing.
it and
Yep,
then it spreads like wildfire. So
yep.
I wanted to ask you specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is there anything that you wanted to clear up or speak about or say?
Well, Nick, thank you for having me. I spoke about all of the things that, you know, I kind of wanted to say or share or whatever it may be. Like I tell people all the time, you know, I can only be who I am as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. If someone doesn't agree with my post, but I I have a problem with somebody trying to sit here and say anything about me when all I'm going to ask, did you know Carmelo's Anthony's name in April of 2025? And what did you do? What did you support? I know we were out here risking our lives. I know that our organization did everything, dealt with the death threats, dealt with everything that we possibly could to keep this family safe and protected, right? To ensure, when you see me escort Karmelo Anthony out there against security advice or whatever it may be, it's because Karmelo is all of our babies. You know, Nick, I had to leave yesterday because, I always tell somebody, Karmelo is like a nephew to me. I know Karmelo.
Right.
Most people know him as a hashtag and a name. I know that baby.
Hello.
I sat at
Add
dinner
that.
tables with him. I
Adderley.
prayed with him. You know what I mean? It's not a show for me. It's not a clickbait. Kayla and Andrew is like a brother and sister to me. We're locked in forever. It's not a client. That's my family. You know, everybody can. This precious boy. I know that heart. I sat down, broke bread, and video games or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I
How
know
can we
who.
speak to Grandma? Grandma was strutting it in there. I don't know if the Anthony parents are up to speaking to us. How can we speak to? I know they did an interview earlier, but how can we speak to Grandma?
Grandma, man, I'm gonna have to ask Kayla because I'm gonna have to see. I ain't never had a
And how
request.
can we speak to Kayla
I,
as
I ain't
well?
never, and let me say this quick. Kayla is talking, and today I told them, I said it was important for them to speak.
Right.
That's why many people, y'all don't have to have me speak anymore. Like that's y'all speak. And in the world to know the pain, to understand and be able to talk about the situation. Um, and so but I can say I'm gonna make sure that they can get on your platform to speak with you and then kind of go from there. But right now they are preparing for this appeals process. This is a long uphill battle. Like you know, I told somebody earlier today, listen, I'm not the oppressor. Focusing on me trying to do this, saying who did this, who did that, that all of that doesn't even matter. What matter is that a baby was railroaded in a courtroom. It was lack of transparency in so many different things, and we have to move forward. I'm not an attorney. I can't argue a case. I can't present an evidence. I can't do anything but continue to do whatever I can to ensure that that this family is supported. And they have to make that decision now, just like they are making that decision of an appeals attorney. And what they're going to do with that appeals attorney is make that decision, and they're going to call the Next Generation Action Network. And what we're going to do, just like everybody heard me say, we gonna write the first $10,000 check to it.
All right, so I think that's amazing, and I'm glad that they have someone that can, you know, help along the way. What I want to know is the video, right? Taking it back to the case, there's so many conflicting stories about this video. Now, what we saw inside the courtroom was a grainy, hard to see video, but there was a lot of people outside the courtroom who said that they went to ISD and watched the footage and said that it was clear, and they said that they saw more than what we were shown. Can you speak on that?
Well, so Nick, you know I wasn't in there, right? But I can tell you I did see the video at Frisco ISD.
Yes.
And
let's go. Let's go. The Frisco ISD. The Frisco ISD. That's a different video. Leak it. He was not in the courtroom. Is another wow for me. I don't know. Maybe he was with the family that didn't make it in. I don't know, because they can only have 10. And it looked like the people who was walking out probably took up that 10. Y'all remember when I showed y'all them folk walking off? Okay, hey. Thank you. Yeah, because they were supposedly only supposed to have 10, but we found out that the Metcalfs had more because they made people get up out their seat. Yeah, so let's hear about this video. Y'all ready?
That at Frisco ISD, it's not like you can sit there and
More than what we were shown. Can you speak on that?
well, so Nick, you know I wasn't in there, right? But I can tell you I did see the video at Frisco ISD. And the video that at Frisco ISD, it's not like you can sit there and look at the pimple on someone's face, but you can identify what's there, right? In front of you. And so what has been described to me, you know, is like, no, you could at least kind of know and count how many people right there. You know
Well,
what
we
I
can count how many bodies, but we can't see like faces. You know what I mean? Like we could see like, okay, somebody sitting right there, somebody sitting right there, but we couldn't see like Karmelo in Austin's face, or you know what I mean? It just was like kids.
Not if they have limited seating. So what if there's more than 10 family members that took up those 10 seats? Is he supposed to make one of them leave?
I was wondering if you guys saw something different.
No, it's not I didn't see that with that video. No. I didn't see him getting jumped, or you know what I mean? Like I saw movement over there. I saw that there was multiple people around him, but I didn't see he was getting, you know what I mean, like the altercation.
I drove through Their auntie feet and my mom.
Hey,
Hey,
if you guys have
Cam.
any questions,
No,
we have
ma'am.
had
Get
Dominic here
from.
for about 40 minutes. If there's
What you
anything else
see?
that he wants to
I
clear up,
drove
he can.
through
But if
there.
there's any quick questions that you guys have in the comments,
I
put
drove
a
through
Q
there, Auntie
first
feet
for
and my
question.
mom.
We'll take a
No,
couple.
ma'am. Get from up
And
there. Oh, you
then
talking about
if he
Frisco?
wants to expound on anything
You
else.
talking about
But in the
Frisco?
meantime, if you guys
What it do,
put in
Cam?
your
I missed your
questions,
show this
I kind
morning.
of cut him off when he was saying that he's gonna start with the first 10,000. And I'm sorry because I'm one of those
Feet
people that
connect
when
the
something pops in
circles.
my mind, I'm like, let me ask before I forget. But let's take it back to
It was so
the
crowded
10,000 that you're gonna start with.
near the
So when they
court.
got this first
Oh,
attorney, your organization
I heard
started
your
with a
homeboy
10,000
was up
donation,
there.
and you're saying that you're gonna help his next appellate attorney with a $10,000 donation. Is that what you're saying?
Our organization helped raise
It
more
was
than six
so
hundred thousand
crowded near
dollars
the
for
court. Yes.
the org. And in the
Yeah,
criminal,
I heard your
in the
partner
beginning
was
case,
spotted.
I couldn't even, because I'm not the organization's financial person, but
You've
it
been
was way
on it,
more than
Auntie.
10,000 of what we
Keep the
got
content
given
coming. Thank you,
through the
Cam.
beginning process. I don't know what the final
You so
county
funny.
is or whatever, because I don't even know. Like, because we paid for experts, we paid for security, there was multiple different expenditures and stuff like that. But starting off this
Yes.
appellate process, the main focus was
What's his name?
that we are going to
What is
make the
his name?
first seed into this
Yes.
appeals process.
Yes.
All right. All right,
Ratchet
so I'm
called
gonna
him
take
out.
a couple questions. One person said, "Can they bring charges to those kids who lied on the
Yes.
stand?"
Yes. I want to hear this.
Yes, they can.
Yay!
Because many things that they said, I just knew
I
that they
just
were
play with you.
coerced, they were
I
lying.
want to hear they was
They
lying on the
can,
court. That's
but is
perjury.
that
This
likely in
is
that
good. This
county?
is good to know. Hold
Just
on.
ask Neat, does she think that's likely in that county? You know what I mean?
No, I think, but let's take it back to the 10,000 that you're gonna start with. So when they got this first attorney, your organization
Oh,
started
did I
with a
go back too
10,000
far?
donation, and you're saying that you're gonna help his next appellate attorney with a
Did I go back?
$10,000 donation. Is that what you're saying? We have had Dominic here for about 40 minutes. If there's anything else that he wants to clear up, he can.
Helped raise off of this appellate process, the main focus.
Attorney with a $10,000 donation. Is that what you're
People around him,
Okay.
but I didn't see. He was getting. You know what I mean? Like
Y'all,
the
shout out
altercation.
to Cam. I shouted him out the other day. That's my Mo
If
3
you guys
sector
have any
nephew.
questions, we have had Dominic here
Go
for
check
about
him out.
40 minutes. If there's anything else that he wants to clear up, he can. But if there's any quick questions that you guys have in the comments, put a Q first for question. We'll take a couple, and then if he wants to expound on anything else. But in the meantime, if you guys put in your questions, I kind of cut him off when he was saying that he's gonna start with the first 10,000. And I'm sorry because I'm one of those people that when something pops in my mind, I'm like, let me ask before I forget. But let's take it back to the 10,000 that you're gonna start with. So when they got this first attorney, your organization started with a 10,000 donation, and you're saying that you're gonna help his next appellate attorney with a $10,000 donation. Is that what you're saying?
Our organization helped raise more than $600,000 for the org, and in the criminal, in the beginning case, I couldn't even, because I'm not the organization's financial person, but it was way more than 10,000 of what we got given through the beginning process. I don't know what the final county is or whatever, because I don't even know. Like, because we paid for experts, we paid for security, there was multiple different expenditures and stuff like that. But starting off this appellate process, the main focus was that we are going to make the first seed into this appeals process.
All right. All right, so I'm going to take a couple questions. One person said, can they bring charges to those kids who lied on the stand?
Yes, they can. Perjury.
Perjury.
Because you know, many things that they said, I just knew that they were coerced, they were lying. They can, but is that likely in that county? Just ask Neat, do she think that's likely in that county? You know what I mean?
No, I think that they got the narrative that they want, and they're not going to, like, why would they arrest the people that they, to me it seemed like the prosecution coached the kids, because they were like hitting buzzwords that you can tell. And then at one point the prosecution was like, he asked one boy, he was like, well, you the one said provoke first, right? We didn't tell you that word. But he asked none of the other kids that. So that made me think, okay, maybe one kid probably used that phrase, but everybody else, you drilled that into them. That's just what I thought. That's just what I came to. But I don't think that they're gonna do that. Like, why would they do that? Like,
Yeah,
they
they're
needed
giving them
them to do
scholarships
that
and shit.
in order for them to get a win. This has been floating around social media as well. Someone says, do you think he's safe where he's at? Because it's being said Metcalf's family member is the warden.
We were able to verify that. I automatically contacted State Senator Royce West, who is the 23rd Senatorial District here in the state of Texas. The Metcalf individual that they're talking about is at the Bird unit. Karmelo is at the PAC unit. It was being reported that he was going to the Bird unit, and that is false. Karmelo is at the PAC unit, and the Bird individual that is the wording that's named last name is Metcalf is at the Bird unit.
Is it closely related though? Like, is he able to have access to the other jail, or you know?
No, it's not. They're not. They're in Huntsville. I believe I don't believe the PAC unit is in Huntsville. It's in one of those. And don't get me to quoting these cities, because you know these are not the most populous cities, right? You know what I mean?
Hold on.
I don't know the exact city where the verify that. I automatically contacted State Senator Royce West, who is the 23rd Senatorial District here in the state of Texas. The Metcalf individual that they're talking about is at the Bird unit.
West he's the Royce West. Can he do something about what's going on?
So that made me think, okay, maybe one kid probably used that phrase, but everybody else, you drilled that into them. That's just what I thought. That's just what I came to. But I don't think that they're gonna do that. Like, why would they do that? Like, that they needed them to do that in order for them to get a win. This has been floating around social media as well. Someone says, do you think he's safe where he's at? Because it's being said Metcalf's family member is the warden.
We were able to verify that. I automatically contacted State Senator Royce West, who is the 23rd Senatorial District here in the state of Texas. The Metcalf individual that they're talking about is at the Bird unit. Karmelo is at the PAC unit. It was being reported that he was going to the Bird unit, and that is false. Karmelo is at the PAC unit, and the Bird individual that is the wording that's named last name is Metcalf is at the Bird unit.
Is it closely related though? Like, is he able to have access to the other jail, or you know?
No, it's not. They're not. They're in Huntsville. I believe I don't believe the PAC unit is in Huntsville. It's in one of those.
Navasota.
Don't get me to quoting these cities, because you know these are not the most populous cities, right? You know what I mean? I don't know the exact city where the PAC unit is, but it's not in Huntsville. Bird is in Huntsville, and so that to answer your
PAC
question,
unit.
All right.
Warden is Timothy Fitzpatrick. Oh Lord, girl, get that
out. Said, can he please speak on Karmelo's headspace?
Okay, so he is in Navasota, Texas, and the warden's name is Timothy Fitzpatrick. It opened in 1983, so it's the Wallace Park unit in Texas Department of Criminal Prison. It's in Grimes County. Wait a minute. I'm trying to read. So again, Karmelo Anthony is at Wallace Pack Unit in Navasota, Texas, Grimes County, and the warden's name is Timothy Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick. So he's not at the meth. That takes a little bit of the sting off of it. Okay. It's the senior warden at James J.H. Byrd Unit Prison Diagnostic Intake Facility operated by Texas. Okay, so he's not there, Carol. He's at the Wallace Park Unit in Navasota. 2400 Wallace Park Road in Navasota. And the warden's name is Fitzpatrick, Timothy Fitzpatrick.
We have talked with Karmelo.
But that's not where he's at. That's not where he's at, Reflections. Okay, so those are two different prisons, two different wardens. And they say he is right now in isolation. He's in Navasota. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let's go. I was just yelling so hard, Fifi. Girl, don't call me Fifi. I done told you that.
He's been told
TT, Fifi,
that
TT, girl, stop that.
people from all this, across this
I had to get you back. Oh, that's your get back.
Standing with him.
Good one. I'm looking like, girl, I know you know. You got your lick back. Okay. Now, when I started telling everybody that y'all was kicking boots, somebody knocking the boots. Yeah, I'm just playing. Let's go.
But as to his headspace currently right now,
I was thanking
really
her for
for
the
me
information.
to
Got you. William Pepper, what
I know
thing
I
are you
sent
talking
a
about?
message to him that I love him and keep that prayer.
What are you talking about, William?
Like, that's pretty much it, you know. But
now I'm finna back it up since you coming in here being rude and disrespectful, and we don't know you like that, William. We don't know you.
1,000 donation, and you're saying that you're gonna help.
Thank you, Carol.
With a $10,000 donation.
Prison in Grimes County. It is located 5.5
helped
north.
Raise more than $600,000 for the
south of Navasota.
the ward. And in the beginning case, I couldn't even, because I'm not the organization's financial person, but it was way more than 10,000 of what we got given through the beginning process. I don't know what the final count is or whatever, because I don't even know. Like, because we paid for experts, we paid for security, there was multiple different expenditures and stuff like that. But starting off this appellate process, the main focus was that we are going to make the first seed into this appeals process.
All right, so I'm gonna take a couple questions. One person said, "Can they bring charges to those kids who lied on the stand?"
Yes, they can. Perjury, because many things that they said, I just knew that they were coerced, they were lying. They can, but is that likely in that county? Just ask Neek, do she think that's likely in that county? You know what I mean?
No, I think that they got the narrative that they want, and they're not going to, like, why would they arrest the people that they, to me, it seemed like the prosecution coached the kids, because they were like hitting buzzwords.
But the family came.
And then at one point, the prosecution was like,
the
he asked one boy, he was like, "Well, you the one said provoke first, right? We didn't tell you that word." But he asked none of the other kids that. So that made me think, okay, maybe one kid probably used that phrase, but everybody else, you drilled that into them. That's just what I thought.
A lot of people beat their kids. I mean, so he's redeemed himself from that. He's redeemed himself for that. So a lot of y'all do a murder, a lot of y'all do shit with these kids. Donald Trump grapes them. He grapes them. He sells them and auctions them off. So miss me with that. Miss me with that. Donald Trump allegedly. No. It's not alleged. Somebody has named him. He rapes minors. So shut up with that. Okay? Okay? Now get your ass up out of here with a murder of lobs. Yeah, you're not welcome. Change your name. You probably one of them too. Okay, let's go.
But I don't think that they're gonna do that. Like, why would they do that? Like, that they needed them to do that.
That's true.
In order for them to get a win. This has been floating around social media as well. Someone says, do you think he's safe where he's at? Because it's being said Metcalf's family member is the warden.
Yeah, the old murder guy made me rewind it.
I automatically contacted State Senator Royce West, who is the 23rd Senatorial District here in the state of Texas. The Metcalf individual that they're talking about is at the Bird unit. Karmelo is at the PAC unit. It was being reported that he was going to the Bird unit, and that is false. Karmelo is at the PAC unit, and the Bird individual that is the wording that's last name is Metcalf is at the Bird unit.
Is it closely related though? Like, is he able to have access to the other jail, or you know?
No, it's not. They're not. They're in Huntsville. I believe I don't believe the PAC unit is in Huntsville. It's in one of those. And don't get me to quoting these cities because these are not the most populous cities, right? You know what I mean? I don't know the exact city where the PAC unit is, but it's not in Huntsville. Bird is in Huntsville, and so that to answer your question, no.
All right. So we have two questions back to back. One person said, have y'all talked to Mello? Another person said, can he please speak on Karmelo's headspace?
We have talked with Karmelo. He's been told to keep his head up. He's been told that a community and people from all this across this country is standing with him. But as to his headspace currently right now, it's really hard for me to speak to that. I know I sent a message to him that I love him and keep that prayer. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty much it. But I can't speak to his headspace right now. I know he's distraught by this situation, but I can't speak to it. But I can tell you, this is a resilient young man. This is
it has been
person
filed.
who is very
It was filed
knowledgeable
today.
and was able to at the PAC unit. It was being reported that he was going to the Bird unit, and that is false. Karmelo is at the PAC unit, and the Bird individual that is the wording that's last name is Metcalf is at the Bird unit.
Is it closely related though? Like, is he able to have access to the other jail, or you know?
Yeah, but Ayala didn't underline. They little thug hero. So, yeah, I don't. Yeah, he unalived one of their thug heroes, and that's different than the case they're gonna have with Mo3.
In Huntsville, I believe I don't believe the PAC unit is in Huntsville. It's in one of those. And don't get me to quoting these cities because these are not the most populous cities, right? You know what I mean? I don't know the exact city where the PAC unit is, but it's not in Huntsville. Bird is in Huntsville, and so that to answer your question, no.
All right. So we have two questions back to back. One person said, have y'all talked to Mello? Another person said, can he please speak on Karmelo's headspace?
We have talked with Karmelo. it's he he's been told to keep his head up. He's been told that a community and people from all this across this country is standing with him. But as to his headspace currently right now, it's really hard for me to speak to that. I know I sent a message to him that I love him and keep that prayer. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty much it. You know, but I can't speak to his headspace right now. I know he's distraught by this situation, but I can't speak to it. But I can tell you this is a resilient young man. This is a person who is very knowledgeable and was able to, at least through this year,
I don't know if I don't know what
prepare
evidence
for
they have. I don't know what, so I can't compare that, you know, and so I cannot compare the two. I know that the evidence that they presented, but I don't know what evidence they have on Yellow. They a lot of gigabytes. So I don't think it's fair to compare the two.
the worst, but hope for the best. And Carmelo is going to continue to be covered, and his family is continuing to make sure that they keep in high communications with him.
All right. Another person says, why didn't they have a character witness?
Because they had crisis actors.
All I can tell people, listen, let me say this quick. With everybody regarding this case, there were character witnesses on the witness list. There was experts on the witness list. There was people, eyewitnesses on the witness list. Neek can answer this question again. I'm sorry, Neek, to kind of be footballing it to you, but you know, you the person that I saw every day going in and out the court. They weren't called. They were on the list.
They were,
I can't
so the
answer that.
character witnesses
I'm
were
not
on the list, but they were
like,
not
I
called.
want people to understand, as an advocacy org,
Yep.
we got the same questions as you know what I'm saying. We have the same questions. You know what I mean? Like you know, when the
So that
family
they
asked
had
me
witnesses, but
earlier,
they were not
do
called.
you feel like it's wise for us to tell what we need to say and tell the truth? Yeah, hell yeah. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I know they were on the list.
Character witnesses were
They
on the
were,
list,
you know,
but were
they
not
were
called.
waiting. I
Wow.
know that
So
we had
the defense did not call them? The defense did not call them.
a forensic expert that was on the witness list. Neek, was he called? We know a psychologist was there.
I was baffled because I was like,
they were on the list. I can't answer that. I'm not the, like, I want people to understand, as an advocacy org, we got the same questions.
Yeah, I mean, people act like he a part of the defense team. He's just, that's not his job.
You know what I'm saying? We have the same questions. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when the family asked me earlier, do you feel like it's wise for us to tell what we need to say and tell the truth? Yeah, hell yeah. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I know they were on the list. They were, you know, they were waiting. I know that we had a forensic expert that was on the witness list. Neek, was he called? We know a psychologist was there.
I was baffled because I was like, I said, did the judge not allow any experts? Like, that's what I was waiting on, like an expert to really turn it around, because the lawyer wasn't discrediting the witness. Because I'm like, you can tell they're lying. I know they're lying, but he's not like bringing it around to self-defense. It always ends on he provoked. Was it self-defense? No. And I was waiting on Mike Howard to bring it back to, you know, the difference between a peer giving you authority and the difference between a coach giving you authority and, you know, like swinging those things back around, and it never came around. So I was like, well, we didn't get to see the motions. Maybe the judge blocked the experts. I'm not sure, but it just was baffling that not a single expert testified.
Listen, I'm pulling up the email from everything that was at least shared with us on what was supposed to be done. That was expenses from our organization, jury consultant, jury mapping, a neuropathologist, a forensic pathologist. I know they were paid for it. As to whether they were used, like, you know, I'm not the attorney.
All right. I think he already answered how to donate. They have to get an attorney first, and then they have to set up the fundraiser. Someone says, "Is Karmelo safe, and can we send him money in jail?"
Yes, you can. I told someone earlier because they had maxed out the fund at Collin County, and I told them that it was probably best to do that when he get into the TDCJ system. And so, with that being said, I don't know if this is sometimes in the state of Texas, you will go from one transfer unit to another one. I don't know if this is going to be his permanent transfer unit for the time, but as soon as he appears inside of the TDCJ system and they process him, you can donate directly to him. But I was told he has not been fully booked into that system yet.
Okay. Somebody said, why didn't the defense bring up the Metcalf brothers were suspended a week prior and that Karmelo was in the tent a week prior? I can't answer the first question. I guess we can answer that or not. I don't know. But I do know that they did mention him being in the tent 10 days prior, and they showed pictures of Eddie and Karmelo sitting on the bench together at the prior track meet as well. As far as why didn't the defense bring up the Metcalf brothers were suspended, you have to put the Metcalf brother on the stand, and when he's on the stand, the information would have to come out through him. They
That's
can't
what I was
just
trying to say
blurt
yesterday.
out information about Hunter without Hunter being on the stand.
Right.
Now, I don't think that they put Hunter on because all of the other kids were lying. I think it was a gamble for him to get up there and, you know, do a whole performance and break down and everything like that. But I'll ask Dominique, what does he think about it?
Yeah, that's why when I saw her Cash App, I didn't know what name to say thank you to.
I think it was a risk. It was very clear and obvious that Hunter Metcalf was not seen at the Collin County Court.
So they was trying to make it seem like he was there.
A week prior, and that Karmelo was in the tent a week prior. I can't answer the first question. I guess we can answer that or not. I don't know. But I do know that they did mention him being in the tent 10 days prior, and they showed pictures of Eddie and Karmelo sitting on the bench together at the prior track meet as well. As far as why didn't the defense bring up the Metcalf brothers were suspended, you have to put the Metcalf brother on the stand, and when he's on the stand, the information would have to come out through him. They can't just blurt out information about Hunter without Hunter being on the stand. Now, I don't think that they put Hunter on because all of the other kids were lying. I think it was a gamble for him to get up there and, you know, do a whole performance and break down and everything like that.
Okay, hold on.
Dominique, what is
hold on. Hold on. Oh man, hold on. Y'all, hold on. We may got something here. Hold on. Hold on. Where were we? Hold on. Hold on. She said
Him at
Carmelo
the moment that Carmelo did what he did to protect
Carmelo
himself.
Anthony called
He has to
in.
remember he was healing from an injury. He's already.
So most of the kids.
Hey, Nika, you pulled me up kind of cool.
All right, all right, all right. Hey, what's up? We're back at it. I just did an interview with Dominique Alexander, and there was a lot of people who wanted to speak about this Carmelo Anthony case, and I wanted to open up the
It
floor for
says
all of you. Now, I
Carmelo
know
Anthony
that
called
my
in
audience is predominantly African
show after
American,
Dominique
but I
Alexander interview.
understand that there has been a lot of people who
So
are of
she's
other
saying that
races who have been
Carmelo
tuning in as
Anthony
well.
called.
Now,
Let
I'm
me
not gonna
change.
hold you. Collin County put a sour taste in my mouth, but I want to.
Let me change my title. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. So Carmelo Anthony called into Neek at Night live. Wow, y'all. Hold on. I gotta get this right. Okay. I'm trying to get back to where I was. Hold on. Okay, y'all ready?
To hear from everybody, okay? Like, I promise, I'm in good spirits. I'm
I
back
got
home
a
in
question. How
California.
am
The
I?
energy is good here. So, I'm just in a space to where I want to hear from everybody. So, click the link. What are your thoughts? And let's discuss this, okay?
Pressure, why are we
We're
talking
going
about
to take
that?
Sky Life, but anybody who's on camera will get priority. Sky Life, what's your thoughts?
Hey, Nika, you pulled me up kind of quick.
We got to get to it. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I really want to say
I want to get to him.
that I'm proud of you for what you did. I'm sorry you experienced that, and that everybody couldn't.
Wanted to know, did they ever explain how did he stab him if he was sitting down?
Well,
I
most of
want
the kids
him.
said that
I'm
they
trying to
did
move
not
to where
see
he's
the
at.
stabbing. So most of the kids said, well, they were sitting down and they saw Austin push him, but the next thing that they saw was Austin saying that he was stabbed. Majority of them didn't see the stab, and then the boy that did see the stab, he said that it was in an upward motion. So he said that as Austin pushed Karmelo, Karmelo kind of boop, like did like a upper cut or however you call it. So
I say that because is it possible he ran into that knife? Because if he's still in the sitting down motion, that
by the time that it got to the defense case in chief,
Where is he at?
several of the jurors were already not feeling the defense, right? They already had what looked like they made their mind up. You can tell that they were sympathetic to the Metcalfs, and they were not trying to hear anything that was going on as far as what the defense was saying. There was this one man that sat in the front, and he would, like, anytime that Carmelo's attorney would talk, he would kind of be looking like,
Well,
you know, like annoyed. So
here's the problem I have with all of that,
I'm
right?
trying to find where he at.
If and I want to know the coach that started this by forcing them kids.
but I understand that there has been a lot of people who are of other races who have been tuning in as well. Now, I'm not going to hold you. Collin County put a sour taste in my mouth, but I want to hear from everybody, okay? Like, I promise I'm in good spirits. I'm back home in California. The energy is good here. So I'm just in a space to where I want to hear from everybody. So click the link. What are your thoughts? And let's just now, I know that my audience is
Okay.
predominantly African American, but I understand that
Hold
there has
on.
been a lot of people who are of other
Hold
races who
on.
have been tuning in as well. Now, I'm not gonna hold you, Collin County.
What time is it? I gotta get some sleep.
Here's how I eat low carb, high protein meals every day. These are my lunches this week. Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast. So I.
So talking tonight, they believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan.
Y'all ready?
Carmelo Anthony's family is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
Okay, hold on. I want this. I don't want to hear all them other people. Yeah, by Capricorn is in the house. She's in the house. By Capricorn's in the house. She's in the house. Okay, y'all ready? No, ain't it. This ain't it. Oh yeah, this is it. This it.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes. Carmelo Anthony's family is also talking tonight.
Let me get my light right. Y'all ready?
They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
I'm trying to get this blue. I don't know what that's about.
Carmelo Anthony's family is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage. A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murder. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself.
And the state of Texas said it could.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made.
So bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury.
Oh. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
Why they got her looking like that?
That's what I told the jury. And that's what hurt so bad. Himself. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already, so really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional.
Wow.
Really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claimed there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court
All
of
of
public
them
opinion
lied.
had made up their mind about his son.
Actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent.
Oh my God. And this girl last year said that she trusts the process. Can y'all believe that? Believe him.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you look at the news, all that, he was already convicted. If you look at it, it was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People on his bed. That's what
After they still got what they wanted.
After they still got what they wanted, they still wanted it dead. I can see, you see, I go look at my phone, people want us dead. They want our family.
They wanted them dead.
And now they're
Especially
preparing to appeal
Jake Lane. That's why his ass is in jail. Well, you
a
know.
judicial process they believe wronged them.
We didn't get justice. A lot of things that were missed that should have been handled a certain way. However, we couldn't say anything. We did what was instructed. We was told. So we just did what we was told.
Ken Molestina, CBS News, Texas.
Can y'all believe that?
You've probably seen this video by now. So the most common question we get at Thrive Market is, why can't I see prices or products before I sign up? So
I don't want to hear the Metcalfs. Do y'all want to hear what the Metcalfs had to say? Did y'all want to hear what the Metcalfs interview? Huh? I only got about 15 more minutes. Do y'all want to see what the Metcalfs had to say? Y'all do? Let me hear what this one says, and then I'll go over there.
Karmelo Anthony is now in the custody of Texas DPS and being held at a detention center near Navasota, outside College Station. This new mugshot was taken after he was
so that's outside of College Station?
On Tuesday, College Station. This new mugshot was taken detention center near Navasota, outside College Station. This new mugshot was taken after he was transferred from the College
was
County
West
jail.
Texas.
On Tuesday, he was convicted of murder for killing Austin Metcalf and sentenced to 35 years. Jumpin' Puneker just spoke with the men who prosecuted that case to hear why they struck 3 potential African-American jurors and why Austin's twin brother didn't testify.
It is the day after one of the most high-profile Collin County trials has ended. Bill Werski is the prosecutor who successfully argued Karmelo Anthony should be convicted of murder.
Do you think Karmelo Anthony intended to kill Austin Metcalf?
You gonna lie.
That's a great question, and you'd have to ask him, but I know he intentionally plunged the knife into Austin Metcalf's chest.
The state put on 21 witnesses, 3 days of testimony, but there were 2 people we did not hear from.
He's like, make me move.
Bill tells us they did not want to put Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter, on the stand
because he would have told the truth.
Traumatizing.
We were actually looking forward to see what Karmelo Anthony would have to say. And, unfortunately, he chose not to talk.
There was plenty of talking outside, plenty of outside noise, literally. We asked if the state prepared for the outside narratives to creep inside the courtroom.
We talked about race because other people were talking about race. But from day one, this case was never about race.
The state argued for murder, and a jury agreed. Karmelo Anthony got a 35-year sentence. The defense had manslaughter included for the jury to consider, even a lighter sentence under the sudden passion defense raised during the punishment phase. Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis.
Our philosophy is if there's any chance that it can be a valid point on appeal, then to not fight it.
The defense argued self-defense, no surprise to the state. Bill says the team chose their words in opening and closing arguments carefully, like provoked and senseless.
If you provoke someone and then hurt them as a result of that, you don't get to claim self-defense.
There is already a notice of appeal. Defense attorney Mike Howard writes, "We believe there are several important issues for the appellate courts to consider. An appeal is the next part of the legal process and a right afforded every American." We asked the state their reasoning for dismissing the 3 potential jurors who identified as African American. Bill says he can't talk about it, but also says,
"We don't strike people for no reason."
You a lie.
There are murder trials that happen every day in this courthouse, but none are like this one. The narratives, the noise, all rendered secondary by a decision.
Was she out there? Oh, wow. Hold on. That was her. That was his mom. No, that's not her. Is that her?
The narratives, the noise.
No, that's not her. That's not the mama. That's not her. Okay.
All rendered secondary by a decision from a jury of 12.
It's a lengthy prison sentence, and I think Collin County is safer and stronger.
That's Metcalf's boyfriend on the golf course, allegedly.
In Collin County, I'm Jovan Putty.
The U.S. healthcare system was not built for patients. I'm John Taylor. I'm a psychiatrist, and I'm Chief Medical Officer at Solace Health.
Hi, I'm Dr.
Okay, yeah, I gotta go to sleep. I was up all night last night.
Here at Solace.
Hi, my name is
I
Meredith,
hope,
and I'm a physician at Solace.
I'm Andrew Wong.
Okay, so I'm glad to know.
Because it was all kind of planned from the jump. And what really blows my mind.
All right. Hey, what's up?
I'm glad to know that he's not at the prison where the Metcalf uncle is at. I'm glad that they got the appeal process done. I'm gonna try to see this. Let me see a little bit of this. I got 10 minutes.
We're back at it. I just did an interview with Dominique Alexander, and there was a lot of people who wanted to speak about this Karmelo Anthony case, and I wanted to open up the floor for all of you. Now, I know that my audience is predominantly African American, but I understand that there has been a lot of people who are of other races who have been
Stay safe,
as well.
everyone. Thank you.
Now, I'm not gonna hold you. Collin County put a sour taste in my mouth, but I want to hear from everybody. Okay,
Collin County leaves a sour taste in a whole lot of people's
I'm back
mouth.
home in California. The energy is good here. So I'm just in a space to where I want to hear from everybody. So click the link. What are your thoughts? And let's discuss this. Okay. We're gonna take Sky Life, but anybody who's on camera will get priority. Sky Life, what's your thoughts?
Hey, Nika, you pulled me up kind of quick.
We gotta get to it. Let's go.
Okay, I really want to say that I'm proud of you for what you did. I'm sorry you experienced that, and that everybody couldn't have done that. So I really salute you for going back and following this process through. One of the main things that stuck out to me is that was just weird to me, is that people are just saying anything to try and make it a point. So in regards to people trying to say, well, Karmelo shouldn't have had a knife, but Texas is an open carry state. So I'm like, why are people trying to act like everybody out there probably didn't have some type of weapon or some type of, firearm in their possession or some, it's just like they try to make that so profound, and I don't even see that as being a point.
We expect to resolve this issue at 3:30 in the morning.
I don't know. I might need you to come back to me. Can you come back to me? Okay.
That's
I'll come back. All right. Sugar Love,
They filed the appeal today.
Amy, thank you for allowing me up here. We go way back from the Nature Break thing. But before I speak upon it, I wanted to know, did they ever explain how did he stab him if he was sitting down?
Well, most of the kids said that they did not see the stabbing. So most of the kids said, well, they were sitting down and they saw Austin push him.
You right,
but the next thing that they saw was Austin saying that he was stabbed. Majority of them didn't see the stab. And then the boy that did see the stab, he said that it was in an upward motion. So he said that as Austin pushed Karmelo kind of did like a
it wasn't intentional. That's why it was no defensive wound.
So I said that because it's impossible he ran into that knife. Because if he's still in the sitting down motion, that would be self-defense because that
Yeah,
would be your
he didn't
laundry
stab
after me.
at
Now they
his
never
chest.
said
He
he
just
stood up
it went up.
and
Yeah.
stabbed her. He sat down. So if I'm sitting down, you have to be coming closer to me to strike me for you to even be. I just believe he ran into. I think he pulled it out, but the boy ran into the knife because how would you get stabbed if I'm still sitting down unless you're coming to get. If you understand.
Right.
So that
Yeah,
was.
he was sitting down the whole time. My guess is that when he pushed, as he pushed Karmelo back, Karmelo, stuck him real quick.
No, he had to be going into Karmelo, not push back. To be.
If somebody pushes
knife.
you, if somebody comes and pushes me, I'm gonna go back. So as he's going back, his hand is going up.
But did they express that?
They had a kid demonstrate the motion.
But that was still, it was still state that you're launching at me for you to even be stuck. It's not like you pushed me. They made it appear like after the push, Karmelo just stuck him. That was basically going on at the same time.
No, each kid said that it happened so quick they didn't even see it. So every single, even the ones that didn't, that said that they didn't see it, all the kids said it happened so fast to where it was like at the same time, like to where it was so quick they didn't even realize it happened. They seen him get pushed, and then Austin was stabbed. Like it was simultaneous. Like it was a at the same time type of motion. Like that's how it happened. It didn't happen like he pushed him and then Karmelo came back and then he waited and then he stabbed him. No, it was at the same time.
That's the point that I'm getting to. If it was at the same time, you're launching me to push me, and then you got stuck.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's not wasn't brought up on there. Why didn't his lawyer express that?
I think I'm not sure what you mean. Like, what
if Karmelo got up, it would be different. But Karmelo was still sitting down. So if he's still sitting down, he has no intention on cutting him or stabbing him. There's no intent there. I'm still sitting down.
So you think that you can't stab somebody because you're sitting
No,
down?
that's not what
I'm saying.
They're saying it wasn't. It was basically talking about his intent. So they say he intended to use the knife. He did not intend to use the knife if he's still sitting down. So you would have to be coming to me.
Well, they were saying that they were saying he provoked him and he goaded him into it. So what they were saying was him simply bringing a knife, period, he was like goading them and provoking them into it, like walking them into it.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know, how did that was stated. Thank you so much, Whitney.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go to the D Beautiful one. Hello?
Hi.
What's your
Sorry.
thought?
Question. So I just have a question. So he said that they paid for the experts, right?
Yeah, I gotta grab my charger, but keep talking.
Yeah, before the trial. So who did the money for the experts go to? The attorney, and the attorney pays for the experts? Or did the money go directly to the experts?
If we get the family on the line or the attorney on the line, I guess that's a question that we're gonna have to ask them.
Yes, please ask them that question, because some people are saying that this might have been like a money grab, but if I don't care how many thousands of dollars they may have paid that attorney, he did not do his job for the money. So But thank you so much, Neek, for standing in there. You were awesome.
Oh, thank you.
I prayed for you. I cried with you. Like, I had to take off today. It was just everything you went through. It just brought back so many memories of living in the South, and people. Some people don't understand how real racism is. Like,
No, I got my Negro wake up call, honey.
yeah. Yeah, so love you, Neek. Take care.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
And do something for you. Do something for you.
Yeah.
Start a fund so we can donate to you, just for you. All right?
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I mean, I do have a cash app, but thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right. So we have the Island Boy again. So, is there any other questions that you have that I can answer, or any comments that you want to make about it?
Not really a question. Okay, let me just say, just 10 seconds here to explain myself. I'm not from America. I'm the Island Boy because I live in Nassau, Bahamas.
Okay.
And I'm watching this more from an outsider point of view, but I did graduate from law school. And one thing I want to point out is, and this was shocking, that Karmelo Anthony didn't, take the stand.
Right.
And to me, it's really hard to explain self-defense if you can't explain why you were afraid and why you were in fear. So I want to more point out the whole case itself. I actually, to say it this way, even if Karmelo Anthony was right, if you don't take the stand, the jury doesn't have your side of the story at all. So to me, that was just a big... Now, let me just preface by saying that I don't know whether that was his decision or his lawyer's decision, because I watched the video. They said there was a long lunch, and people were wondering if Karmelo was going to take a plea deal. But then after the long lunch, they announced he's not going to take the stand. So I don't know whose decision it was. I personally believe it was the wrong decision, because in self-defense...
Well, I'm going to pause you real quick. What was interesting to me is that any case that I saw on YouTube or attended myself, in the presence of the jury is when they ask the individual if they're going to take the stand. When we had that long break, we broke at 11. They told us to come back at 12:30. We went back at 12:30, and then we were waiting there in the halls, not knowing what's going on, till 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock comes, we go inside, the jury comes inside, and then the judge is like, the state, are you guys ready to go? Are you ready to proceed? And I'm like, it's the defense case. Why is he asking the state if they're ready to proceed? And then the defense says, we rest our case. And then the state said, we rest our case. And then the judge said that they done, and he's going to give them instruction, and they're going to be sequestered. And I was like, well, aren't we supposed to hear him deny his ability to get on the stage? So that whole thing was weird, but I agree with you. I think that all throughout this case, I did not think that the lawyer did enough to tip the scale. And I was telling people every single day, I said, my feeling on if it's going to be remotely close to an acquittal is depending on if Karmelo can explain his side of it. I could put myself in his shoes, but looking at all of them people on the jury, I don't know what's in their mind. I cannot say that they are people who don't like people, but they didn't look like they like us, so even people who don't like us, sometimes you can get on the stand and speak for yourself and change and penetrate one of their minds. So the fact that he did not get on the stand and the scales were already tipped away in his away out of his favor based on how the evidence was coming in, I was like, this ain't good. But I never thought that it was going to be murder one, though. I thought
I thought murder two. I thought
it was going to be manslaughter.
The reason I didn't think manslaughter was because, certain things are very key, and what was key, of course, is the statement he made. They said before the stabbing happened was, it was something like, touch me again, you see what happens. That's very important because manslaughter has to mean I wasn't actually going to killing him, and that's just, it's one of those things. You say that, and it sounds like you already planned, But I thought murder 2 personally, not murder 1. I thought so too.
Yeah, so that was interesting. Is there anything else you wanted to comment about or speak to?
No, not really. Thank you for having me. God bless.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna go to LC. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing okay. I want to know why the defense why did the defense not subpoena Hunter?
I don't know the answer to that, but I would guess that it was a risk. Number one, by the time that it got to the defense case in chief, several of the jurors were already not feeling the defense, right? They already had what looked like they made their mind up. You can tell that they were sympathetic to the Metcalfs, and they were not trying to hear anything that was going on as far as what the defense was saying. There was this one man that sat in the front, and he would, like, anytime that Karmelo's attorney would talk, he would kind of be looking like,
Well,
like annoyed. So
here's the problem I have with all of that, right? If you're going to defend somebody and they got their life on the line, you should be trying everything under the book. I'm sorry. There's no reason not to subpoena Hunter. And I'm going to tell you right now, we got to stop letting everybody come in our spaces and smiling and play in our face. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I've heard better TikTok attorneys than Mike Howard. Nothing about him had any fight in him at all. He could have set the stage up by just even using cardboard, human-sized cardboard cutouts of Austin without even putting his face on there.
a live, like a reenactment of the size, proportion, all those things.
Would have put out ahead Karmelo come sit right on a chair so they can see what this looked like. And why did the defense not even point out what was said on the news about we approached them? And I want to know the coach that started this by forcing them kids to leave the baseball dugout.
Right.
To me, Frisco is really showing you what they were about. When you think of remember the what's her name, Angela, the judge, the first judge that got all the threats. It showed me what type of city, in town it is, and it showed me how the black people in that area operate too. They act like that was just regular business. The feds should have been there as soon as that happened. A threat on a judge and nobody touched down. That was the test right there to see what they could get away with. And then we went running right into the oppressor's hands. And that long wait was them, as far as we know, they were back there playing Uno. Because he damn sure didn't act like he cared about a case. And if you're going to worry about the faces the jurors have, and you feel like they already against you, what did you have to lose?
Hey, I'm with you when you're right.
I've never played spades with a motherfucker, excuse my language, but I've never played spades with a person that ain't playing to win, that's worrying about what's in the other person's hand. Play to win. He did not play to win. And I do feel like it was a money grab. I think their whole thing was to grab their money, and now they're going to come back with some type of civil, and they got the picture showing Hunter when he left. And their own witness said that Austin is way bigger than Hunter. So that's why you needed to subpoena him, just so they could see the size. So I feel like, I don't mean no harm. If they don't stop listening to people over there and getting them, you got to get somebody that's been where you've been, that got some fight in them, And I mean, I'm highly disappointed. This was sad to see this go down this way, and they played in our face, and to hear that Jeff was even telling people, playing games in the courtroom. You know, this is crazy. It's no type of
I hope
perjury.
Mike Howard
Him coaching
is
the
going
witnesses.
to
That's
be
what I'm
Gregory
saying. Nothing
Peck
was said about it in
and the
court. He
Killing
wasn't
Mockingbird.
like some behavior that isn't along the proper decorum. The judge will mention it. He never mentioned it. Like it never was said. Nothing. So
Reported by somebody in the courtroom saying that the judge really couldn't see where Jeff was sitting. And I'm saying to people, y'all don't understand that that's the whole point of why he probably angled himself the way he did. They had a year to plan all of this. And as soon as I heard that the defense rested, I said, hold on. This dude think this a game. So I'm gonna tell you, me personally, it would have been me and my son going together.
yeah.
Because I can't just sit back and let that happen. It should have been some contempts. It should have been people that's in the courtroom saying, you don't see it when they over there, he's coaching them.
Yeah.
It's like we gotta
And
stop
I was
making these
like,
rules and
I
laws
was
for
surprised,
us.
like there was hardly any objections, and I was like, well, maybe the judge ruled on everything, and maybe they can't already say certain stuff. I was baffled because normally you get really in the thick of it, and it's objection, you know what I mean? Like they really battling it out.
He definitely should have
I could count on my
said
hands how many
when he
times
was
there was
asking him
an
who fault it
objection
was
from
and
both sides.
who do you think and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah, this
We
is
need
sad.
facts.
This is sad. But he did say that he spoke with Melo, so you know, we just gotta pray for the brother and keep boots on the ground. And I appreciate everything you're doing, Neat. I really
All right,
do.
thank you. I
Have a
appreciate
great
that.
evening.
All
All
right,
right.
you too. All right, Nikki, what's your thoughts? I see you in the back doing this, like, yeah.
Yes, he was saying a lot of things that
I
I've been thinking
personally,
and
I
saying.
would
But I mean, this to
probably
me, this though,
lie
this
for my
helps
twin
with
too.
the appeal case. This to me, I know Dominique said it's a hard thing to prove ineffective counsel, but I think there is ample evidence of ineffective counsel. When you talk about the defense never called Hunter, we understand why the prosecution didn't, right? But why didn't defense call Hunter? He should have been subpoenaed. He was the closest witness and was a participant in the whole, melee. So he should have been called for sure by defense. I'm sorry, I had to write notes now because I'm old and I forget stuff. Um, uh,
That's right.
so defense never used a professional to examine the trajectory of the poking because when you think about it, Carmelo was much shorter and smaller in stature, and he was already sitting. Austin is much bigger, taller in stature, and was standing. So how did Carmelo's arm? Because your arms, if you hold them out to the side, that should lengthen your body. So if that was already cut in half by Carmelo sitting down, this man with the boy standing over him, how did his arm reach for a small poker like that he had to be able to go in and do what it did to eventually for this boy to lose his life? Something is not adding up in the fact that they kept trying to make it seem that Carmelo, sorry, that's my cat, was the aggressor. So something is not adding up with that.
Okay,
I
y'all, I
feel like
gotta go to
Austin
sleep.
had to be
I'll see y'all
physically
tomorrow.
close to
Good
Carmelo,
night.
which means, in my opinion, he was possibly physically assaulting him